He ruled Harlem with silent brutality and pure heroin. From war zones to city blocks, Frank Lucas built an empire few dared to challenge. But behind the legend lies a darker truth, one built on addiction, betrayal, and blood. This isn't Hollywood. This is the real story. Frank Lucas, the heroin king of Harlem. It begins now. Chapter 1. Born into poverty, the story of Frank Lucas begins far from the towering brownstones and jazz-stained streets of Harlem. It begins in the deep South Log Range, North Carolina, rural backwater of tobacco fields, dirt roads, and a quiet, grinding kind of poverty. Frank was born on September 9th, 1930, into a world where Jim Crow laws weren't just ink on paper, they were the rule of life. The color of your skin decided what door you entered, which street you walked, and whether your voice carried any weight at all. For young Frank, the world was divided early between those who had power and those who lived under it. His parents were sharecroppers, barely scraping by on the rough margins of farmland they didn't own, cultivating crops that belonged to someone else. They lived in a wooden shack with no insulation, a tin roof, and gaps in the walls that let the wind in on cold nights. Frank shared a single room with his siblings. Hunger was a constant shadow. There were no second helpings, no warm beds, and no sense of security. There was only survival. And even that was never guaranteed. Frank would later claim he learned two things as a boy in LaGrange: that black life in America was cheap, and that nobody was coming to save you. The first time he saw someone get beaten by a white man in broad daylight, it wasn't a stranger, was a cousin. The man who did it was a local shopkeeper, and no one said a word. Not the town, not the police, not even his family. It etched something permanent in Frank. If you wanted power, you had to take it. No one was handing it over. As a boy, Frank was restless, sharp-eyed, and constantly scanning the world for opportunity. He was no scholar. School bored him. What fascinated him was the unspoken economy of his world. The way men bartered, how they hustled, who commanded respect and who didn't. His first hustle came early. He would collect discarded bottles and sell them for pennies, enough to buy cornbread or a scrap of meat from the general store. But even as a child, he could see that pennies weren't going to lift him out of anything. At the age of 6, he saw a man murdered over a gambling debt behind a juke joint. Frank didn't flinch. He watched. The shooter calmly wiped the pistol clean, tucked it away, and walked off into the dark. No police ever came. That moment stayed with him, not just the violence, but the silence that followed. In LaGrange, fear didn't echo. It was swallowed whole. By the time he was 10, Frank was already running errands for local hustlers, delivering moonshine, helping gamblers rig dice games, and learning the art of deception. He never called it crime back then. To him, it was business. And business was survival. His sharp instincts and quick wit earned him respect among older men. They saw potential in him, not the kind a teacher might notice, but the kind that made money. At home, life was breaking apart. His father drank heavily and worked himself into an early grave. His mother did what she could, but raising a house full of children with empty pockets left little time for affection. Frank didn't blame her. He just learned early to depend on no one but himself. LaGrange was not a place that nurtured dreams. It was a place that crushed them, then expected you to thank it for the lesson. When Frank was 12, everything changed. He broke into the home of a white man who had cheated his cousin out of a week's pay. He didn't take much, just some cash and a watch, but word got out, and in the Jim Crow South, that kind of act from a black boy could get you lynched. There was no trial, no evidence, no appeal, only the threat of a rope and a tree. Frank's mother packed what little he had into a paper sack and told him to run. "Go north," she said. "Don't look back." Frank boarded a bus to New York with $20 and a heart full of rage. He was 14 years old. Harlem was chaos. It was alive. Blaring horns, corner preachers, nightclubs vibrating with saxophone solos and cigarette smoke. It was nothing like the fields of North Carolina. Harlem had color, movement, danger. For Frank, it smelled like opportunity. He didn't have a plan. What he had was instinct, and that was enough. He slept in alleyways, stole food when he had to, and gradually made connections with the street-level operators who ran the numbers, sold dope, or managed shady pool halls. He started out shining shoes outside the Teresa Hotel, then moved up to running errands for small-time hoods. He studied everything: who got paid, who gave the orders, and who everybody feared. Harlem was a world of kings, and Pawnsand Frank had no intention of being a pawn. But survival came at a cost. Fights were frequent, so were beatings. He was arrested for the first time at 15 for stealing food, the second time for punching a police officer. By the time he was 16, he'd been locked up 3 times and had developed a growing contempt for law enforcement. They weren't protectors, they were predators. Shakedowns, bribes, and brutality were common, and Frank took note of every crooked cop who looked the other way for a price. He wasn't a gangster yet, but he was becoming one. What set Frank apart wasn't just ambition, it was clarity. He understood the game was about control, and in Harlem, control meant money, drugs, territory, and fear. At 17, he watched a man get stabbed in the neck over a dice game, bleed out on the pavement, and the shooter walk off before the cops even arrived. Frank didn't flinch. He'd seen worse back in LaGrange, but this time he didn't. Just watch. He helped the killer disappear. It was that act that drew the attention of someone who would change his life forever. Ellsworth Bumpy Johnson. Bumpy was Harlem's undisputed boss, a chess-playing, poetry-reading gangster who carried himself with dignity but ruled with calculated menace. He had the protection of judges, politicians, and even some Mafia figures. He ran numbers, controlled vice, and kept the streets in check. And he noticed Frank not because of what he said, but because of how he moved. Frank became Bumpy's driver, bodyguard, and protege, and from that seat beside the king, he saw the underworld from the inside out. But that is another chapter. For now, what matters is where he came from. Frank Lucas wasn't born a gangster. He was made by hunger, by racism, by poverty, and by a system that gave him no door but the one he kicked down himself. He left the red clay roads of North Carolina with nothing but the scars of survival, and in Harlem he found a new battlefield won, where ambition would become empire, and blood would buy power. The boy who had once watched men die in silence was now learning how to command the silence. himself, and the world would soon know his name. Chapter 2. The Harlem Migration. Frank Lucas never forgot the smell of pine trees and red dirt. North Carolina had a quiet, suffocating stillness to it. Life moved slowly, but danger came fast. The incident that forced his flight from LaGrange was never written in police reports. No newspaper covered it, but it burned in Frank's memory like a brand. It was a summer night, hot, humid, the kind of air that stuck to your skin. A white man had insulted one of Frank's cousins, accusing him of stealing from a store. There was yelling, a push, and then Frank lost control. Some say it was a pipe, others say a brick. Whatever it was, the man went down hardened. He didn't get up. Frank didn't wait around. He knew exactly how the story would end. A black teenager accused of assaulting a white man in the Jim Crow South had no defense, no trial, only a rope or a shotgun. His mother didn't cry when she told him to go. She just handed him a paper sack with a few bills inside and told him to run until the roads looked different, until the air smelled like something other than fear. He boarded a Greyhound bus alone. 14 years old, no destination, just a direction north. That was how the story began. Not with grand ambition, but with flight. The ride took 2 days. As the bus pulled away from the Carolina back roads and into the brick-laced cities of the mid-Atlantic, Frank watched the world change outside his window. Gas stations, traffic lights, steel buildings that reached upward instead of stretching flat across the land. Somewhere near Newark, the skyline of New York City rose in the distance like a jagged promise. He didn't know it yet, but that skyline would come to define him. Harlem in the early 1940s was alive with electricity. It pulsed with jazz, sweat, and the sound of ambition grinding against poverty. The war had just ended. Soldiers were returning home, some broken, others restless. The city was swelling with people, ideas, and tension. Harlem stood at a strange crossroads, still battered by racism, but also brimming with opportunity. It was a sanctuary for black migrants escaping Southern brutality, but it was also unforgiving. Harlem would give you a stage, but it made no guarantees. When Frank stepped off that bus, he arrived with nothing more than instinct. No family to receive him, no place to sleep, just raw hunger and an unflinching will to survive. He wandered the streets for days, sleeping in alleys and on park benches. His first real shelter came from an elderly man who worked the janitorial shift at a nightclub. He let Frank sleep in the basement, so long as he cleaned up after drunks and kept out of sight. Frank didn't complain. He swept floors and took mental notes. Upstairs, jazz legends blew their hearts out into smoky rooms filled with gangsters, hustlers, and women in silk dresses. Deals were struck over highballs. Territory disputes whispered across linen tablecloths. This wasn't North Carolina anymore. This was Harlem, the underworld in high style. He found work where he could. First as a shoeshine boy outside the Teresa Hotel, then sweeping barbershop floors, then running errands for local bookies. Every job taught him something. He noticed who tipped and who didn't, who smiled at him and who stared through him. He saw the hierarchy of the street, how respect was earned, stolen, or bought. And he learned that if you kept your mouth shut and your eyes open, Harlem would teach you everything. By 15, Frank had already developed a quiet reputation. Not for violence, not yet, but for reliability. He was fast, alert, and didn't ask questions that made him valuable. He started running packages between pool halls and bars, never knowing what was inside, never asking. Sometimes it was numbers slips, sometimes cash, sometimes heroin. He knew better than to get curious. In Harlem, curiosity could be fatal. The city was changing, and Frank felt it. The Harlem Renaissance had faded, but its echoes remained. The music, the fashion, the pride. At the same time, something darker was moving in. The Italian mob was expanding north, tightening its grip on the numbers racket and dipping deeper into dope. Police corruption ran deep. Violence was quiet but constant. It didn't make headlines. Made widows. Frank kept his head down, but he was always watching. He watched how men like Nicky Barnes held court on street corners, how dealers flaunted Cadillacs with chrome rims and white wall tires. He studied how they moved, how they dressed, how they spoke to cops without flinching. He wasn't envious, he was strategic. These men weren't just criminals, they were businessmen. They had power, influence, and that's what Frank wanted not. Flash, not fame, but control. His education came not from books, but from experience. He learned Harlem's unofficial rules: never get high on your own product, never make more noise than the money you're pulling in, and never, ever betray your own. These weren't laws, they were survival codes. And Frank, always the student, took them to heart. He was arrested for the first time in New York at 16. The charge was petty theft. He'd lifted a wallet off a drunken sailor in Times Square. He spent the night in a holding cell and was released with a warning. It was nothing on paper, but to Frank it was a message. The law was watching, but only when it felt like it. That inconsistency would become something he could exploit by 17. He was working full-time for a mid-level street operator named Big Ed, a man who ran a small heroin crew in Upper Manhattan. Frank didn't deal yet. He handled logistics, moving cash, scouting locations, picking up shipments. But even in the minor leagues, he was already thinking bigger. He noticed that Big Ed answered to someone else, that the dope came from downtown, that someone was making 10 times more for doing half the work. Frank didn't resent it. He calculated it. There was one night in winter when Frank stood on the corner of 125th and Lenox, watching the snow fall over the city. He was 17 years old, hands in his pockets, a pack of stolen cigarettes tucked under his coat. He watched a black car roll past, sleek, polished, with a man inside wearing a full-length fur coat and a wide-brimmed hat. The man didn't look at Frank, but Frank stared at him like he was a vision. That was the moment when the idea rooted itself in Frank's mind, not just to survive, but to rule. Still, he was far from that. Harlem didn't hand out crowns. You had to take them, and before Frank could build anything, he had to find someone who could show him the blueprint. That person would soon enter his life. But first, Frank had to prove himself in ways that didn't come easy. He had to take punches, watch friends die, watch alliances break apart over nothing. He had to bury innocence and replace it with calculation. That was the cost of entry. In those early years, Harlem gave him everything and nothing. It gave him space to grow, but no safety net. It gave him exposure, but no protection. The only rule was movement. If you stopped, you got swallowed. And Frank never stopped. He hustled, watched, waited. He stayed hungry not just for money, but for understanding. He knew the city could chew you up, but he also knew that if you played it right, it could be yours. And so the boy who fled the South under threat of death began to shape himself into something new. Not a victim, not a drifter, but a strategist, a survivor, a man who would turn Harlem's chaos into empire. He didn't have a name yet, not one that carried weight, but soon he would. Soon they'd all know who he was. Frank Lucas had arrived, and Harlem would never be the same. Chapter 3: The Shadow of Bumpy Johnson in Harlem. Power didn't come with a title. It came with presence, measured not by how loud a man spoke, but how silent a room became when he walked in. And in the Harlem of the 1940s and 50s, no presence loomed larger than Ellsworth Raymond Bumpy Johnson. He wasn't just a gangster. He was Harlem's unofficial mayor, a chess-playing, poetry-reading, suit-wearing king of the street sequel parts, feared and respected. And for a young Frank Lucas, fresh off the Greyhound from North Carolina and hungry for more than scraps, Bumpy wasn't just a legend. He was the blueprint. Their meeting wasn't scripted by fate. It was built, like most things, in Frank's life, from hustle. Frank had been running errands and moving packages for low-level players, grinding his way through Harlem's underworld. He was fast, quiet, and didn't talk out of turn. That earned him small jobs from big names. One day, while delivering a package to a numbers spot on 147th Street, he caught the attention of one of Bumpy's lieutenants. Frank was respectful but firm, confident but not reckless. The man noticed. Word traveled. Within weeks, Frank was summoned, though he didn't call it that at the time, to meet Bumpy Johnson. It happened in the back of a restaurant near Lenox Avenue, a dimly lit booth where cigar smoke lingered in the air and nobody raised their voice. Bumpy didn't shake hands. He just looked at Frank, studied him like a chess piece, and asked him one question. "You know how to keep your mouth shut?" Frank nodded. That was enough. From that moment on, Frank entered the orbit of power. He became one of Bumpy's many eyes and ears on the street. At first, it was small jobs, collecting payments, tailing people, delivering messages, but with each errand, Frank earned more trust. He didn't ask questions. He didn't get high. He showed up on time. And most importantly, he understood the rules without needing to be told. Bumpy took a liking to him. Maybe it was the southern grit. Maybe it was the hunger behind Frank's eyes. Or maybe Bumpy just saw something in the boy, something that reminded him of himself. Whatever the reason, Frank moved up. He became Bumpy's driver, then his bodyguard, then his shadow. Frank watched everything. He saw how Bumpy spoke with ministers in the morning and murderers by night, how he could quote Shakespeare in one breath and order a beating in the next. Bumpy didn't rule Harlem through brutality alone. He ruled through balance. He paid rent for struggling families. He handed out turkeys at Thanksgiving. But if you crossed him, if you stole or lied or stepped out of line, you were done. Warnings, no second chances. Frank absorbed every lesson like scripture. One night, while driving Bumpy through the city, Frank asked him What made a man successful in this world? Bumpy stared out the window and answered, control. Control your name, control your people, and never let them see you bleed. That line burned into Frank's memory, not because it was poetic, but because it was true. In Harlem, power was perception. The moment people smelled weakness, they tore you apart. There was another lesson. Bumpy taught him one he didn't speak out loud but demonstrated with every move: patience. Bumpy never rushed. He waited, listened, and struck when the timing was right. He wasn't loud like the Italians downtown. He was methodical, and in the streets, that made him lethal. Frank understood that if he wanted to rise, he needed to do more than hustle. He needed to think. But being Bumpy's protege didn't come without risks. Frank was now seen. He had enemies he hadn't even met. Other lieutenants resented him. Old-timers whispered about the country boy from North Carolina. Some called him lucky. Others called him dangerous. Frank paid them no mind. He was learning from the best. And as long as Bumpy kept opening doors, he planned to walk through every single one. Behind the glamour and the silk suits, Frank saw the weight Bumpy carried. He watched as the boss dealt with dirty cops demanding bigger cuts, Mafia capos trying to carve up Harlem, and ambitious upstarts testing his authority. Bumpy never blinked, and when necessary, he reminded everyone why his name carried weight. One day, a dealer refused to pay tribute. That night, his shop burned to the ground. No one asked questions. The message was loud enough without words. Frank was there for the quiet meetings, the backroom conversations with judges, the subtle nods that moved thousands of dollars across the city without a single phone call. He saw how Bumpy used loyalty, like currency, trading favors, collecting debts, never forgetting a name. It wasn't just about drugs or money. It was about building a structure that lasted, but there was always a sense of pressure. Like Harlem was a chessboard and every piece was in motion. Bumpy knew his time wouldn't last forever, and Frank, for all his reverence, began to think. Beyond the throne he served, he saw cracks forming, older crew members becoming unreliable, alliances fraying, and new kinds of drugs hitting the street. The game was evolving, and so was Frank. Still, he remained loyal. Through arrests, tension, with the 5 families, and political pressure, Frank stayed by Bumpy's side. He listened, watched, waited. Harlem was changing. And Bumpy, for all his brilliance, represented a fading era of control through charm and force. But a new storm was coming, one with purer heroin, bolder moves, and fewer rules. In the final years of Bumpy's reign, the streets grew louder, the heroin trade ballooned, violence became harder to contain. Bumpy tried to hold it all together, but even legends can't stop time. On July 7, 1968, Bumpy Johnson collapsed in a Harlem restaurant. He died of heart failure, sitting quietly at a table as the city moved around him. Frank was there, the man who had taught him how to move, how to think, how to rule, was gone, and with that death came a vacuum. For decades, Bumpy had kept Harlem in balance. His death shattered that balance. Crews scrambled for territory. Violence surged. And in the shadows, Frank stood still, calculating. He wasn't just grieving, he was preparing. Frank Lucas had been the student, the shadow, the quiet observer, but now the throne was empty, and Frank shaped by years at Bumpy's side, was ready to step forward, but not as a carbon copy, not as a stand-in. Frank would take what he'd learned and build something even bigger, an empire that stretched across oceans, that moved through military channels, that outplayed the Mafia at their own game. The streets no longer whispered his name. They were about to scream it. Chapter 4. Lessons in Power. Power doesn't shout. It doesn't flail. Real power is quiet, measured, deliberate, patient. That was the first and most enduring lesson Frank Lucas learned under the watchful eye of Ellsworth Bumpy Johnson. In Harlem's volatile streets, where one wrong word could turn into a bullet, Bumpy operated like a seasoned general, and Frank, always observing from the margins, studied every move with silent intensity. Frank never asked for a front row seat, but Bumpy gave him one anyway. He rode in the back of the car as Bumpy negotiated turf disputes, as he diffused rivalries, and as he handed out beatings with the same coolness that he handed out $100 bills. He watched as Bumpy balanced fear with favor, how he rewarded loyalty, punished betrayal, and always kept the room leaning just slightly in his direction. That was influence, and Frank soaked it in. It didn't take long for Frank to realize that muscle alone couldn't keep a man in charge. Not in Harlem. This wasn't the jungle, it was a chessboard. And Bumpy didn't just play, he dictated the rules. Frank watched him enter a smoky back room with hardened men from the Genovese family, sit at a table where blood had been spilled for less, and leave with concessions, not because he was louder, not because he threatened, but because he knew what each man wanted, and more importantly, what each man feared. Diplomacy was Bumpy's weapon. It wasn't weakness, it was strategy. He kept enemies close, kept his crew loyal through structure, and kept the police paid just enough to stave off his back. He never bragged about what he could do. He simply did it. And when something went wrong, it disappeared quietly, name erased from a ledger. Frank began to understand that the true mark of a powerful man wasn't how often he used force, but how rarely he needed to. There was a moment that stayed etched in Frank's memory. A small-time dealer had been skimming money from the numbers racket. Not a lot, but enough to raise suspicion. Bumpy didn't raise his voice. He didn't call for a hit man. He invited the man to dinner. A quiet table, dim lights, soft jazz. The man never touched his food. Bumpy simply looked at him and said, "You had a chance to eat. Now you'll starve." The next morning the man was gone, not dead, just exiled, stripped of protection, stripped of credit, erased from the streets. Within days, no one would talk to him, no one would sell to him. In Harlem, that was a slower death, and a louder message. Frank learned then that humiliation could be more effective than homicide, that the fear of being invisible, of being cut off, was worse than the fear of a bullet. That was Bumpy's brilliance. He didn't rule with terror, he ruled with presence. The city bent around him, not because it had to, but because it had been trained to. Frank also saw the toll it took, the pressure, the calculation, the unending need to stay 3 moves ahead. Every handshake came with a risk. Every smile could hide a blade, and Bumpy carried that weight with grace, but also with weariness. There were nights he would sit in silence, staring at a chessboard, lost in thought. Frank never interrupted those silences. He understood that even kings grow tired, But there was another side of power, one Bumpy never showed in public. Compassion, the kind that didn't make headlines, but stitched itself into the fabric of Harlem. Bumpy paid rent for widows, bought schoolbooks for kids, gave work to men fresh out of prison. Not because it made him soft, but because it made him irreplaceable. Frank understood the move. When people owe you their dignity, they don't forget. That's not loyalty built on fear. That's loyalty built on debt. And it lasts longer. Still, Bumpy didn't confuse kindness with weakness. He kept a tight circle, tested his men constantly, and trusted no one fully, not even Frank. Trust, he said once, was a luxury. You don't earn it. You rent it day by day, and the rent is paid in silence, in loyalty, in restraint. Frank lived. By those words, he began to apply the lessons to his own moves. When he handled collections, he didn't shout, he spoke softly. When he moved cash, he didn't flash. He wore plain coats. He kept his head down, his ears open, and his mouth shut. He built a reputation not as a thug, but as a man who handled things calmly, effectively, permanently bad. And yet, Frank also saw where Bumpy's grip was slipping. The streets were changing. Heroin was flooding in from Europe and Asia. Younger hustlers, fueled by ambition and greed, didn't want to play by old rules. The Mafia was pushing harder into Harlem, and the police were growing more desperate and unpredictable. Bumpy held the line, but Frank knew lines eventually break. One afternoon, during a ride through Central Park, Frank asked Bumpy if he ever feared being replaced. Bumpy chuckled. Everybody gets replaced, Frank. Question is, will they remember your name when you're gone? That stuck with Frank. Not the inevitability of loss, but the hunger for legacy. Influence wasn't about who followed you today, it was about who spoke your name tomorrow. As months turned into years, Frank began to step out of the shadow and into the light. Not brazenly, not recklessly, but with intention. He started managing his own deals, making his own introductions. He didn't undercut Bumpy, he didn't challenge him. He built quietly, side by side, step by step. He wasn't just learning the rules, he was preparing to rewrite them. Bumpy noticed. He wasn't blind, but he didn't stop him. Perhaps he respected the ambition. Perhaps he saw in Frank the same fire he once carried. Or perhaps he knew the game needed new blood. Whatever the reason, he never tried to clip Frank's wings. He simply reminded him power is earned, but it's also borrowed. And when the bill comes due, you better be ready to pay. The final lesson came unexpectedly. A rival dealer had crossed a line selling product too close to one of Bumpy's protected territories. The man refused to back down. Bumpy arranged a meeting. Frank was there. No threats were made. No guns drawn. Bumpy laid out his terms, firm but fair. The man laughed in his face. A week later, his wife received flowers. His car exploded the next morning. That was the lesson. Diplomacy first, brutality last. But always keep both in your pocket. Frank walked away from that meeting with a deeper understanding. Power wasn't about domination. It was about orchestration. Knowing which string to pull, which silence to break, which ally to keep close, and which enemy to keep closer. It wasn't a crown, it was a burden. One you carried in silence and defended in shadows. By the time Bumpy's heart gave out in 1968, Frank had mastered the symphony. He had learned how to command a room without raising his voice, how to reward and punish without leaving fingerprints. He had learned when to speak, when to disappear, and most importantly, when to strike. He didn't cry at Bumpy's funeral. He stood still, hands clasped, head bowed, not out of disrespect, but out of calculation. The king was gone, and Harlem was vulnerable. The vultures were circling. But Frank wasn't grieving. He was preparing, because he hadn't just learned how power worked, he had learned how to take it. Chapter 5: The Death of Bumpy Johnson. On July 7, 1968, Harlem held its breath. The streets, once noisy with rhythm and the daily grind of survival, felt quiet in a way that unsettled even the hardest men. News had broken: Ellsworth Bumpy Johnson, the unofficial mayor of Harlem, was dead. He collapsed in the early hours of the morning inside Wells' restaurant, seated at his regular booth. A heart attack. Just like that, the throne was empty. To Harlem. Bumpy had been many things: a gangster, a protector, a diplomat, a bridge between Black Harlem and the white mob world. His legend was woven into the very sidewalks of Lenox Avenue. Cops respected him. Politicians feared him. And for those on the streets, the vendors, the hustlers, the desperate, Bumpy had been a paradox. A man with blood on his hands and a strange kind of grace in his dealings. For Frank Lucas, Bumpy's death was a gut punch. The man who had shaped him, mentored him, lifted him from petty street schemes into the folds of true power, was gone. Lucas stood in the shadows at the funeral, watching Harlem's royalty and rogues alike gather in mourning. There were tears behind sunglasses, whispered rumors, silent calculations. Everyone knew that Bumpy's death meant more than the loss of a man. It meant the balance was shattered. In the world of organized crime, power abhors a vacuum. Without Bumpy's steady hand, the floodgates opened. Every street boss, every corner king, every wannabe lieutenant saw an opportunity to carve out their piece of Harlem's empire. Old grudges reignited, alliances fractured. What Bumpy had controlled through diplomacy and fear now began to unravel. Into chaos. Frank had never claimed to be Bumpy's heir. He wasn't a loud man, didn't flaunt ambition, didn't walk into rooms demanding deference, but in silence he watched. He took mental notes on who was making moves. He noticed who was trying too hard, and he realized something that Bumpy had often hinted at, but never said aloud. True power isn't taken with noise. It's taken with patience, with strategy, with control of the flow. The Italians, who had always maintained a transactional relationship with Harlem's black underworld, were now circling like vultures. They saw Bumpy's death as an invitation to step in fully, to dictate terms without the need for middlemen. Frank watched these movements carefully. He understood the rules of the game. He had learned from Bumpy that survival wasn't just about muscle, it was about maneuvering. Within weeks, Harlem began to splinter. Turf wars erupted. Dealers once loyal to Bumpy split into factions. Shootings became more frequent. The NYPD's presence grew heavier. But it wasn't justice they were bringing. It was pressure, harassment, and more corruption. And still, through all the noise, Frank remained quiet. He kept his operation small, lean but efficient. He didn't try to fill Bumpy's shoes. That would have been foolish. Instead, he focused on what Bumpy had always told him. Own something no one else can touch. Don't compete on someone else's terms. Find the angle no one sees. And it was in that vacuum, not just of leadership, but of vision, that Frank began crafting his own empire. He didn't announce his plans. He didn't gather crews. He went back to what he knew best, connections, because in Harlem the real money didn't come from flash. It came from product. And Frank knew that the heroin game was changing. He began talking to old contacts, quietly exploring new channels. The French connection was still dominant, but it was expensive, unreliable, and controlled by the Italians. Frank knew there had to be another way, a better way. He remembered stories Bumpy told him about international routes, about soldiers returning from Vietnam with secrets, about entire economies built on American desperation. Frank also understood the psychology of Harlem after Bumpy's death. People were hungry not just for power, but for purpose. The streets didn't just want a new kingpin. They needed order, consistency, something that resembled the structure Bumpy had enforced. Frank didn't claim the throne, but slowly, piece by piece, he began building his own architecture of control. He started putting family first. His brothers, cousins, he brought them up from North Carolina. He didn't trust outsiders. That was one of Bumpy's core teachings. Blood before street. If you want loyalty, build it from the inside. And so Frank turned his enterprise into a family operation, one bound not by contracts, but by blood, culture, and shared memory. As Harlem's power struggle intensified, so did the violence. Some of Bumpy's former associates were gunned down, others fled. A few tried to form alliances with the Italians, but those deals never favored them. Frank, meanwhile, operated in shadows, making deals quietly, setting up a foundation that would soon make him one of the richest and most feared men in America. He knew the heroin trade would be his path, but not just any heroin. He wanted to sell better product, cheaper, and in greater volume than anyone else. But to do that, he had to go further than any black gangster had gone before. He had to cut out the middlemen. He had to source his heroin straight from the source. But that was still a few steps away. For now, Frank mourned. Not just for Bumpy, but for what Harlem had lost. A kind of code, a sense of order that had kept the chaos from consuming everyone. He stood in the rubble of a crumbling underworld and saw opportunity, not out of greed, but out of necessity. Because Frank knew one thing for certain: the streets never stayed empty for long, and so he began to step forward, quietly, deliberately, never announcing his rise, letting others destroy themselves while he built a machine that would change everything. The death of Bumpy Johnson was the end of an era, but it was also the beginning of something darker, more efficient, and infinitely more profitable. Frank Lucas had learned all the lessons. Now it was time to apply them. Harlem would never be the same. Chapter 6. Building from the shadows, the dust from Bumpy. Johnson's death had not yet settled when Frank Lucas began to move, not with noise, not with violence, but with precision, like a man quietly sharpening a blade in the dark. Harlem, for all its chaos, had taught Frank to survive. Bumpy had taught him to think. And now, with the city's underworld splintering into infighting and desperation. Frank began to see the cracks forming wide enough to build something of his own. He understood the danger of power that comes too fast. The streets were filled with ghosts of men who had tried to grab too much too soon. Frank wouldn't be one of them. He had no interest in standing on street corners giving orders or flashing cash at every nightclub in Harlem. That wasn't the game he wanted to play. What Frank wanted was control, and to get control he needed to be invisible. So he started small. He watched, listened, studied the ecosystem of heroin distribution from the bottom up. He mapped how the drugs moved from the docks to the dealers, from the foreign suppliers to the Italian middlemen, through crooked cops, complicit judges, and every layer of the machine that made the city run. It was a web, and most men got caught in it. Frank was determined to weave his own. He recruited not gangsters, but family, brothers, cousins, blood he could trust. They came up from North Carolina, men who weren't yet poisoned by New York's hunger, men who could be molded into a code of silence and loyalty. These weren't street soldiers. They were future kings in a business Frank was about to build from the ground up. With them, he began laying the first bricks of an empire, an operation that would be structured, compartmentalized, and impenetrable. But the real challenge wasn't manpower. It was product. The heroin trade was oversaturated, dirty, stepped-on junk, flooding Harlem with inflated prices and diminishing loyalty. The Italians controlled the quality. The French connection kept the pipelines flowing, and every black dealer on the street was stuck paying middleman tax to families that never walked past 125th Street. Frank saw the trap. He refused to fall into it. So he bided his time, stayed quiet, observed how even the most seasoned hustlers ended up either dead or doing life. They either played by someone else's rules or tried to rewrite them too loudly. Frank would do neither. He would build his own system, not a copy of Bumpy's legacy, but a new structure entirely. One that didn't rely on Harlem politics, Mafia handouts, or corrupt cops who changed loyalties with the wind. He began investing in relationships, low-level port workers, baggage handlers, soldiers returning from Vietnam, men who had nothing on paper but access to everything in reality. He paid them well, asked few questions, and slowly began to learn more about how things moved in and out of the country without anyone noticing. At the same time, he masked his own presence. No flashy cars, no diamonds, no clubs. He kept to himself. Ate at the same restaurants, wore suits, but never gaudy ones. He let other men make noise, draw attention, fall into traps. Harlem was full of peacocks looking for applause. Frank was building a machine. He also started laundering money in small businesses, dry cleaners, junkyards, even a soul food restaurant. Places where cash could flow in and out without eyebrows raising. He learned how to move money cleanly, how to insulate himself from the dirty end of the business. If a cop knocked on one of his doors, there'd be no drugs, no guns, no names, just handshakes and quiet smiles. Frank understood something most didn't. Empires are not built with brute force. They're built with structure, with systems. He studied corporations, read business books, watched how legitimate companies grew, scaled, and franchised. He saw no difference between IBM and the heroin game. Product, distribution, Margins, market control, it was all business, and Frank intended to run it like one. He also knew the streets were watching him. Rumors began swirling. Some said he was going to war with the Italians. Others whispered that he was working for them. Frank neither confirmed nor denied anything. He let the speculation swirl like smoke, obscuring the truth while he moved quietly underneath it. The less they knew, the better. Every whisper worked in his favor. Confusion was his shield. And while Harlem boiled over with rivalries and broken allegiances, Frank kept building. Slowly, quietly, methodically, he tightened his crew, made sure everyone in his circle knew one rule above all else: talk and you're out. Permanently. Loyalty wasn't a suggestion, it was policy. He also began planting seeds abroad. It started with conversations, casual, indirect, but always strategic. He met a few soldiers who had been stationed in Southeast Asia. He asked questions about Vietnam, about the Golden Triangle, about the purity of heroin coming from that region. What he heard confirmed his suspicions. The best heroin in the world wasn't in France anymore. It was being grown and refined in jungles, in places untouched by Western law enforcement. And it was cheap, unbelievably cheap. If he could get it directly from the source, bypass every hand in between, he could change the game forever. But he needed time. He needed a plan. He needed to be ready to scale, to flood the market with a product no one had seen before. Pure, uncut, devastatingly effective. Frank didn't want to sell heroin. He wanted to sell the best heroin on earth, and he wanted to do it on his own terms. So for now, he waited. He kept his operations quiet, his moves discreet. He paid off a few cops, kept the heat off his back, and focused on tightening the bolts of his growing empire. Every dollar reinvested, every connection leveraged, every deal a step closer to independence. What made Frank dangerous wasn't his muscle, it was his mind. He understood timing, understood that the real power wasn't in grabbing territory, it was in controlling supply. While the rest of Harlem fought over crumbs, Frank was already dreaming about the bakery. The men around him started to notice. His brothers, his cousins, they saw something forming. They couldn't name it yet, couldn't see the full picture. But they followed, because Frank moved like a man who already knew the ending. And in a world where most men died without a plan, that kind of vision was magnetic. He didn't need to convince anyone. His calm was enough. His discipline was enough. While others flailed, Frank was patient. While others plotted hits, Frank plotted routes. While others burned money, Frank made it invisible. In time, his operation would become the most feared and envied drug enterprise in the country. But that time hadn't come yet. For now, Frank Lucas was still a shadow, watching, calculating, building brick by brick what would soon be an empire, not born of violence but of vision, because true power, Frank knew, isn't announced. It reveals itself only when it's too late to stop. Chapter 7: The Vietnam Connection. The Vietnam War was chaos, brutal and merciless. But amid the blood-soaked jungles and political confusion, something else was quietly taking root. Something invisible to generals and senators, but seen clearly by the eyes of a man like Frank Lucas. As the United States escalated its involvement in Southeast Asia, Frank wasn't watching troop movements. He was watching the supply lines, and more importantly, what was being trafficked. In the shadows of war, by the late 1960s, Lucas had been quietly building his base in Harlem. He'd kept his name out of the newspapers, kept his crew tight and disciplined, but he was ready for more. The junk that was flooding the streets was garbage cut too many times, passed through too many hands, and tainted by middlemen who cared more about their pockets than quality. Frank wanted better. He wanted control. And one day, almost by accident, the answer came. It started with a conversation. A soldier, a cousin, someone close enough to trust, far enough to know the truth. He'd come back from Vietnam with stories, not just about war, but about dope. High-grade heroin, pure and white, unlike anything sold on American streets. And it was everywhere over there, grown in the fields of the Golden Triangle where the borders of Thailand, Laos and Burma blur into mountains and opium dreams. Refined in jungle labs, moved through shadows, and made available for pennies compared to what it sold for in the US FRANK listened. And for the first time he saw a way to break the chain to cut out every Italian, every crooked middleman, every unreliable plug in the system. If he could get that heroin directly from the source, if he could be the supplier, he wouldn't just be a player in the game. He'd own the board. Most men would have been daunted by the idea. Southeast Asia was a world away, a war zone, unfamiliar, dangerous, and watched by US intelligence. But Frank wasn't most men. Where others saw risk, he saw opportunity. And he knew Harlem, he knew the addict, the dealer, the pulse of the street. If he could bring back dope that was stronger, cleaner, and cheaper, he could change everything. And no one could stop him. He began making inquiries, quiet ones. He found veterans stationed at American bases who had come into contact with the local drug trade. Some were already dabbling in smuggling small-time hustles involving morphine, opium, and whatever else could be moved through fatigues and military transports. But Frank wasn't interested in nickel and dime. He was thinking in tons, in kilos, in systems. He leveraged every contact he had through a connection in Greensboro. He reached out to Leslie Ike Atkinson, his wife's cousin and a high-ranking U.S. Army sergeant stationed in Thailand. Ike was smart, well-liked, and plugged into the Southeast Asian underworld in a way that very few Americans were. He understood the terrain, he understood logistics, and most importantly, he understood loyalty. If Frank could trust anyone with the keys to the kingdom, it was Ike. That their conversations were coded, careful. The plan had to be airtight. Ike would source the heroin high purity, processed in jungle labs where the U.S. Drug Enforcement Administration had no reach. Then he'd coordinate with American servicemen who'd smuggled the product back to the States on military planes under the radar, immune to customs inspections, hidden inside caskets, ammunition crates, and other cargo that no one dared to question. It was dangerous, illegal, but ingenious. The casket story, whether exaggerated or not, became the stuff of legend. Some say it's myth, others gospel. Frank himself claimed that heroin was shipped back inside the false bottoms of military coffins buried beneath the bodies of fallen soldiers. To the public, it was sacrilege. To Frank, it was just business. The war was killing black boys in the jungle. He was sending them back with something that would build an empire. With the pipeline in place, Frank began importing heroin unlike anything Harlem had ever seen. He named it Blue Magic, pure, uncut, and branded with consistency. In a market where product was usually stepped on 3 or 4 times before reaching the streets, Blue Magic was a revelation. Addicts noticed immediately. Dealers lined up to get their hands on it. And Frank, the quiet man from North Carolina, became something more than just a dealer. He became a legend. But Frank didn't flood the market overnight. He moved with precision, controlled the flow, kept prices low, but supply limited. He created demand by withholding product, letting the streets starve for purity. When he finally unleashed it in full force, the impact was seismic. Junkies overdosed. In record numbers, not because of poison, but because they weren't used to something so pure. Dealers undercut each other just to stay competitive. And the Mafia, they were furious. The Italians had controlled the heroin trade for decades. The French Connection was their playground, moving dope from Marseille through Corsican traffickers into New York. They didn't understand how Frank was doing it, didn't know where the product was coming from, and couldn't believe that a black man was beating them at their own game. But Frank wasn't just competing, he was dominating. Blue Magic soon became synonymous with quality. It was marketed like a luxury brand, clean glassine bags, uniform presentation, consistent results. Frank understood that trust was currency in the drug world. If a customer bought Blue Magic one week, they expected the same thing next week. He delivered, and in doing so, he created something Harlem had never seen, a heroin product that behaved like a business. He expanded his operations, brought in more family members, structured his organization like a corporation, divisions, accountability, layers of protection. If a street dealer got arrested, they couldn't give up the supplier. They didn't know him. That was by design. Frank insulated himself at every level. He didn't carry dope, didn't touch money. He was the CEO, and the streets were his shareholders. Meanwhile, back in Vietnam, Ike Atkinson kept the shipments flowing. Bribes were paid, soldiers were compensated, and as the war dragged on, chaos became cover. American intelligence had no idea what was slipping through their own infrastructure. Military planes brought heroes home and heroin. The irony was bitter. The system was blind. Frank reinvested the profits, bought properties, built legitimate businesses, laundered millions through dry cleaners, car services, and real estate ventures. He gave back to the community, bought Thanksgiving turkeys for entire blocks, paid rent for struggling families, donated to churches. To some, he was a modern-day Robin Hood. To others, a poison merchant. Frank didn't care. The results spoke for themselves, but the empire came with a cost. The streets were flooded. Overdoses surged. Harlem's addiction crisis deepened. Families were shattered. And Frank, no matter how clean he kept his hands, was at the center of it all. His product was too pure, too addictive, too easy to get. The very thing that made Blue Magic powerful also made it deadly. The government took notice. Federal agents began asking questions. Undercover cops started sniffing around. The Drug Enforcement Administration was expanding its reach, and whispers about a mysterious new supplier began circulating through law enforcement. But Frank stayed in the shadows. No wiretaps, no photos, no trails. He was invisible. His enemies weren't. Rival dealers tried to copy blue magic, diluting it, stepping on it, rebranding it. Frank responded with quiet fury. He wasn't loud. He didn't rant. He simply made sure those who crossed him disappeared. He didn't need theatrics. His reach was enough. What made Frank Lucas truly dangerous wasn't just his product or his connections. It was his mind. He understood logistics, understood people, understood the language of loyalty. And most of all, he understood timing. The Vietnam War wouldn't last forever. The casket pipeline wouldn't stay hidden forever. So he worked fast, made as much money as he could, scaled his operation to unimaginable heights. In less than 5 years, Frank Lucas went from a street-level hustler to the undisputed heroin king of Harlem. And it all began in the jungles of Vietnam, with a whisper, a soldier, and a vision. The war may have been fought with bullets and politics, but Frank Lucas found his fortune in the shadows of it where silence reigned. Trust was currency, and heroin flowed like blood through the veins of a dying empire. Chapter 8: The Golden Triangle Deal. The thick jungle heat of Southeast Asia clung to Frank Lucas like sweat-soaked linen. It was 1969, and the Vietnam War raged just beyond the horizon, its chaos humming in the distance. But Frank wasn't there for politics or patriotism. He had come for something more elusive and far more profitable. He had come to make a deal that would change the face of American organized crime forever. Frank Lucas stepped onto the tarmac of a military airfield in Thailand, dressed sharply despite the oppressive humidity. He didn't look like a soldier. He didn't carry the posture of a diplomat, but he moved with the confidence of a man who knew exactly what he wanted and precisely what he was about to do. Around him, the world teetered on the edge of war and profit. And in that liminal space, Frank saw opportunity. The Golden Triangle, where the borders of Thailand, Laos, and Burma met, was one of the most fertile drug-producing regions in the world. Poppy fields stretched across remote hillsides, harvested by villagers who often had little choice. Warlords, smugglers, corrupt generals, and CIA-backed factions all danced a dangerous waltz around the opium trade. Heroin from this region was not just potent, it was pure, uncut, undiluted, the kind of product that once it hit the streets of Harlem would ripple through the veins of a generation. Frank's journey into this underworld wasn't accidental. He had done the math. He had studied the market. For years he'd watched middlemen dilute product, skim profits, and run inefficient, bloated operations. He saw the flaws in the traditional Mafia-run heroin distribution networks. Too many hands, too many cuts, too much exposure. If he could cut out the middle, he could cut in on the future. It began with a whisperer connection made through one of his cousins, a military sergeant stationed in Southeast Asia. Frank had learned that American military planes, especially cargo transports, were leaving Thailand loaded with supplies and returning to the U.S. often half empty. With the right bribe, the right contact, the right silence, anything could move inside those planes. Even kilos of heroin, but whispers were not enough. Frank needed to see the source. He ventured into the highlands near Chiang Rai, accompanied by a translator and a local fixer. The roads were treacherous and paved, muddy, and winding through dense jungle. Villagers watched warily from bamboo huts, their eyes shaded with suspicion. It was not a place outsiders ventured lightly, and certainly not a place as sharply dressed. Black men from Harlem typically appeared. When Frank arrived in the village of Ban Muang, he was greeted by an armed escort. Not military warlord militia. They didn't speak English, but their weapons spoke fluently. Frank's fixer explained the stakes. The men they were about to meet were dangerous. Opium here was sacred. It was wealth, power, and survival. A mistake could cost them their lives. Frank lit a cigarette with a steady hand and followed. Inside a wooden stilt house, seated on the floor atop woven mats, Frank met the man known only as General Gao. He was ex-military, reputedly linked to Kuomintang remnants and local paramilitary operations. He spoke through an interpreter, his face unreadable. Frank presented his offer plainly: direct shipments, bulk quantities, and long-term business. He offered money, more than they had ever seen, and discretion. In exchange, he demanded consistency, purity, and protection. Gao didn't smile, but he didn't say no. He examined Frank the way a wolf might examine a rival, curious, cautious, but intrigued. Then, after a long silence, Gao motioned for one of his men to fetch something. A small wooden chest was brought forward. Inside, wrapped in banana leaves and linen, were bricks of white powder. Frank reached for a field test kit in his jacket. Within minutes, the results confirmed what he had hoped. Over 98% pure heroin. It was unlike anything moving in Harlem at the time. It was lightning in a bottle land. Frank Lucas had just found the storm. The deal was struck, not with handshakes, but with silence, a nod, a shared glance. Gao would supply the product. Frank would pay in cash. Shipments would move hidden within military cargo, sealed inside furniture, crates, and coffins bound for American soil. Each delivery would bypass the typical bottlenecks of international smuggling. No Sicilian connections, no Corsican chemists, no Italian middlemen. Just Frank and his crew running what would become one of the most sophisticated heroin pipelines in modern criminal history. Back in Bangkok, Frank solidified the logistical arm of his operation. He bribed port officials, customs agents, and transport officers. He purchased legitimate businesses as fronts furniture exporters, textile traders, and even a few warehouses. Every move was calculated. Every dollar spent was an investment. In silence, he stayed in a luxury hotel overlooking the Chao Phraya River, where generals and drug lords brushed shoulders with CIA agents in the lobby. The lines between law and crime were blurred, and Frank, with his charm and sharp intellect, walked those lines like a tightrope artist. He understood something many American gangsters did not. Crime, at its highest level, was about politics, influence, structure. He wasn't just buying heroin, he was building an empire. When he returned to Harlem, he didn't return with fanfare. He moved quietly, assembling a trusted circle of family members and loyal lieutenants. They would handle distribution, street-level enforcement, and money laundering. Frank would stay behind the curtain, a ghost in the machine. He had seen what happened to flashy men. They burned bright, then burned out. He had no interest in being another headline, but in the weeks that followed, Harlem began to change. Word spread on the street. A new product had arrived. People called it blue magic. Pure, potent, and dangerously addictive. addicts lined up in alleys, dealers clamored for territory, and the money, unimaginable amounts of it, began pouring in. Frank was no longer just another hustler. He was now a kingpin, a shadow figure moving weight that even the Mafia struggled to match. His connections in Southeast Asia gave him a competitive edge that made him virtually untouchable. And yet he knew it couldn't last forever. Every empire has its enemies. Every king has his challengers. But for now, he was in control. He had made the deal of a lifetime born not in boardrooms or syndicate meetings, but in the humid hills of a war-torn land among men who dealt in death and profit. Frank Lucas had walked into the heart of darkness and emerged with a pipeline of power that would flood the streets of Harlem and poison the veins of America for years to come. And in his mind, it was only the beginning. Chapter 9. Smuggling Through Coffins. The rain fell softly on the tarmac at Dover Air Force Base. Rows of flag-draped caskets stood in solemn formation, silent tributes to the cost of war. Somewhere between the grief and ceremony, between the pain of families and the patriotic ritual of returning the dead, Frank Lucas found a doorway, and through it he moved product that would make him a legend in the darkest corners of American history. The idea was born not in cruelty, but in calculation. As Frank's Southeast Asian heroin pipeline grew, so did the need for secrecy. He had built the supply in the hills of the Golden Triangle. He had established trust with local producers. He had bribed the right men, but moving that much heroin at a time posed an almost insurmountable risk. Airports, docks, and cargo containers were scrutinized by customs agents trained to spot the slightest anomaly. But coffins were sacred. The U.S. military treated the remains of fallen soldiers with honor, and rightly so. There was a code, a reverence. No one opened those boxes unless absolutely necessary. Frank understood something few others dared to consider. Behind every ritual there was a blind spot, and in that blind spot he saw opportunity. The legend has twisted over time. Some say he desecrated bodies, others say he hollowed out coffins to hide drugs beside the dead. But Frank would later insist that no bodies were ever touched, no remains ever defiled. The heroin was hidden in false-bottomed coffins, constructed with precision, shipped among the real ones. The operation required care, trust, and above all silence. He recruited military insiders, African-American soldiers stationed in Vietnam, men he could trust, many of them connected to his extended family or Harlem roots. These men didn't ask questions. They followed instructions. They arranged the packaging, made sure the shipments were sealed in crates indistinguishable from the rest. Some of the heroin bricks were wrapped in plastic, vacuum sealed, then molded into spaces between the coffin linings and the transport crates. To the naked eye, it was nothing more than the return of another brave soul. Lucas paid well. Those who cooperated with the operation were rewarded in cash and favor. The pipeline ran from Southeast Asia to American soil, bypassing standard customs. With chilling efficiency, each coffin that passed through that network carried not just a body, but a poison destined for the veins of Harlem. It was a maneuver that required more than just cold strategy, demanded the suppression of conscience. And yet, for Frank, this was war. War for power, war for survival. In his mind, the streets of Harlem were already a battlefield. He wasn't creating addiction. He was capitalizing on it. The first shipments were to test small loads, carefully monitored. When they arrived untouched, uninspected, Frank knew he had something more than a smuggling technique. He had an invisible railroad, and soon the volume grew. 10 kilos, 20, 50. He could afford to bring in more than anyone else. He could sell purer heroin at cheaper prices than the Mafia itself. Blue magic became synonymous with power, addiction, and empire. The streets responded instantly. Junkies who once scrambled for low-grade, stepped-on heroin now whispered about the new wave. Dealers fought for the right to distribute it. Other traffickers tried to mimic the supply chain, but none could replicate the efficiency or boldness of what Frank had built. By the early 1970s, his product controlled a major share of the East Coast heroin market. The source wasn't some shadowy Sicilian cartel. It was a man from North Carolina who had learned the game from Harlem's own Bumpy Johnson and rewritten the rules entirely. Frank lived modestly, at least in the early stages of the operation. He understood the dangers of attention. He kept his name off businesses, avoided excessive public displays, but inside, the empire was swelling. He had hundreds of thousands of dollars coming in each week. The organization operated like a military structure, disciplined and lethal when threatened. But word was starting to leak. Whispers echoed in the halls of law enforcement. The D couldn't figure out where the heroin was coming from. Customs had no explanation for the volume. The Mafia was furious. Who was undercutting their price? Who had the gall to smuggle at such a scale without them? The coffin rumors began to circulate in the underworld. Agents dismissed them at first, calling them urban legend. The notion seemed too grotesque, too sacrilegious, but the numbers didn't lie. Someone was bringing in heroin on a scale that dwarfed known operations, and the bodies kept coming home from Vietnam. So did the product. In Harlem, the effects were devastating. Addiction soared. Crime followed. Entire neighborhoods became hooked on blue magic, and while Frank maintained control, the side effects of his empire were erupting in alleys and apartment hallways. Families fell apart. Needles became currency, and the man behind it all remained elusive. Still, Frank justified it in his mind. He believed he ran a cleaner operation than the Italians. He paid his people well. He didn't tolerate unnecessary violence. He gave back to the community, paid rent for struggling families, donated money to churches, sponsored Thanksgiving dinners. He walked the same streets he supplied, believing somehow that his dual role as both poisoner and provider balanced the scales. But law enforcement wasn't buying it. By 1972, the D had formed special units to track heroin distribution in New York. They started tapping phones, tailing suspects, watching shipments. The cadaver connection, as it was whispered among agents, became a serious lead. Veterans returning from Vietnam talked. Some bragged, others confessed. One loose thread, one careless whisper, and the whole fabric could begin to unravel. And still, the coffins kept coming. There was no single breaking point, no dramatic interception. No coffin cracked open in front of flashing cameras. Instead, it was a slow tightening of the net. Federal agents followed the money. They surveilled family members. They interrogated low-level dealers who slipped or flipped. And gradually, a pattern emerged, one that pointed directly to Frank Lucas. But even then, it was hard to prove that smuggling route was nearly perfect. No fingerprints, no paperwork, just rumors, just results. Frank remained several layers removed from the physical product. His brilliance lay in insulation. The men who packed the crates never saw Harlem. The street dealers never saw Thailand. He was the bridge, the mastermind, the ghost when questioned. Later, Frank would never flinch. He would admit to smuggling. He would confess to strategy. But he would always insist on the dignity of the fallen. No bodies were touched, he claimed. No soldiers dishonored. The coffins, he said, were vessels of opportunity, not desecration. To some, it was a monstrous rationalization. To others, it was the cold logic of the drug trade, and perhaps that was the cruel genius of Frank Lucas. He saw things others wouldn't. He did things others couldn't. He blurred the line between respect and exploitation, between loyalty and destruction. While others moved heroin in suitcases, he moved it in symbols. While others feared detection, he hid in plain sight within the ritual of grief. The cadaver caskets operation would become one of the most infamous chapters in American criminal history. Its audacity shocked a nation. Its success fueled an empire. And its fallout left scars not just on the addicts in Harlem, but on the collective soul of a country already torn by war. Frank Lucas had weaponized patriotism. He had found the softest, most sacred place in the American psychant, turned it into a smuggling lane, and for a time it worked, until the day it didn't. Chapter 10. Blue Magic is Born, Harlem. Early 1970s, a place where soul music poured from windows and street corners, hummed with life, but beneath the rhythm of daily struggle, a darker transformation was underway. The old ways of doing business were being disrupted violently, decisively, and at the center of it all stood one man, Frank Lucas, quiet, calculated, unassuming to the untrained eye. But Frank was about to change the drug game forever, and he would do it with two words that would come to haunt Harlem's memory for decades to come. Blue magic. By this point, Lucas had already built a pipeline stretching from the jungles of Southeast Asia to the sidewalks of 116th Street. It was unconventional, daring, and dangerously effective. But logistics were just one part of the empire he envisioned. Distribution meant power. Product meant leverage. Reputation meant survival. And Lucas understood that in order to own the streets, he'd need more than just heroin. He'd need an idea, a brand. He called it Blue Magic. It wasn't just a name. It was a promise. High-purity heroin, so pure, so potent that it rendered the competition irrelevant. While most dealers on the street were stepping on their product 5, 6 times, watering it down with baking soda, powdered milk, or worse, Frank was putting out dope that was 98% pure, uncut, clean, devastating. And he was doing it for half the price. The moment Blue Magic hit the streets, Harlem took notice. Addicts knew the difference immediately. This wasn't the usual street garbage. One hit and they were transported. Numb, flawed, hooked. Dealers came knocking too. They knew quality like this didn't last long, but it did. Week after week, month after month, the quality stayed high. The supply remained steady. Word spread fast. Blue Magic was taking over. Frank's strategy was brilliant in its simplicity. He undercut his rivals not just with quality, but with consistency. He operated like a businessman, not a street hustler. He introduced territory control, fixed pricing, and strict brand integrity. No one was allowed to repackage his product. If it didn't come in a blue bag, it wasn't blue magic. Anyone who tried to dilute or counterfeit it paid a price, sometimes in blood. He understood perception better than anyone. Blue magic became synonymous with excellence, danger, and prestige. It was the Cadillac of heroin, and Frank, the man behind it, became something of a phantom king. He dressed modestly, traveled light, and kept his name out of the press. But everyone on the street knew. Frank Lucas was the new power in Harlem. He didn't have to yell. He didn't have to shoot first. His product spoke for him. But behind the scenes, it wasn't just smooth distribution and brilliant branding. It was discipline, ruthless discipline. Frank ran his operation like a military unit. Every person had a role. Every territory was accounted for. From mules to street runners, from stash houses to couriers, nothing moved without his knowledge. Loyalty was rewarded. Disobedience was punished. If someone got sloppy, they were gone. If someone talked, they disappeared. Lucas employed family-trusted brothers and cousins from back home in North Carolina. He believed blood was less likely to betray him, and for a time it worked. His inner circle was tight, his control absolute. No one skimmed off the top. No one dared cross him. The entire organization moved with quiet precision, like a ghost syndicate operating just beneath the surface. The money started to pour in. By some estimates, Frank was pulling in $1 million a day. In cash, stacks of untraceable bills that flowed. From junkies' veins to corner dealers' pockets to his hands. He had to launder it, hide it, move it through nightclubs, real estate, and offshore accounts. He bought property, owned dry cleaners, dabbled in legitimate business to mask the illicit flood of money that threatened to drown him. But wealth brought attention. And Frank, for all his caution, couldn't hide forever. The day he showed up at the Ollie Frazier fight in a chinchilla coat and matching $25,000 hat was the day everything started to change. The outfit screamed power, screamed money, screamed look at me. It was the kind of move Bumpy Johnson never would have made. And it got him noticed by reporters, by rivals, and most importantly, by the federal authorities. Still, on the street, blue magic reigned supreme. Dope fiends lined up for it like customers outside a record store on release day. Dealers fought to carry it. Junkies would walk across town just to score a bag. Hospitals saw overdoses spike. Families were torn apart. Children left to fend for themselves. Harlem, already fragile, began to unravel. Frank told himself he was just giving people what they wanted. That if it wasn't him, it'd be someone else. That he was simply smarter, faster, more disciplined than the other hustlers. He wasn't flooding the streets with poison. He was running a business. A family business. But the reality was darker. The purity of blue magic made it more addictive than anything Harlem had ever seen. It wasn't just heroin, it was an epidemic in powder form, and every bag sold brought more chaos. Murders over territory, robberies for cash, babies born addicted. It was an empire built on pain, and Frank, at the top, reaped the rewards. He lived in a mansion in Teaneck, New Jersey, quiet, suburban, far from the sirens and gunfire of the blocks he controlled. He drove a Bentley, wore custom suits, but he kept his circle tight, his moves calculated. He paid off cops, bought silence from politicians. Everyone had a price. And Frank always knew how to pay to his inner circle. He preached loyalty, order, and discretion. Don't draw attention, he warned them. Let the product speak. But as Blue Magic's legend grew, so did the noise. Rivals wanted a piece. The Italian Mafia, once indifferent to Harlem, now saw Frank's empire as a threat and a potential partner. But Frank wasn't eager to share. He had cut out the middlemen, smuggled the dope himself, answered to no one, and that made him dangerous. The D took notice too. They couldn't figure out how one man had created a monopoly almost overnight. They saw the overdoses, the street wars, the money. They knew there was something different about this operation, but they couldn't trace it. Frank had buried his tracks well. No phones, no paper trails, just whispered names and coded messages. The old-school way, but every empire has a flaw. Every king an Achilles heel, and for Frank Lucas, that flaw was visibility. Blue Magic had made him powerful, wealthy, even respected in criminal circles, but it had also made him visible. Too visible. The feds didn't have a name, but they had a product, and it all traced back to Harlem. To a ghost they hadn't yet seen, but were beginning to hunt. Still, for a time, Frank sat at the top, untouched. Harlem was his kingdom, and Blue Magic was his crown jewel. He had built an empire without the Italians, without the 5 families, without relying on any syndicate but his own. That alone was historic. No black man had ever done what Frank Lucas had done. A heroin network that rivaled the mob in scale and profit. He became a myth, a legend, to some a monster, to others a hero. But the streets didn't care about legacy, only power, and in the world Frank ruled, power was fleeting. As the walls quietly began to close in, Frank Lucas didn't know it yet, but the same product that had elevated him would soon mark him for destruction. For now, though, Blue Magic flowed through Harlem like blood in veins pure, potent, unstoppable, and its king stood tall, watching the world bend to his design. Chapter 11. Cutting out the Mafia. By the early 1970s, Frank Lucas had done the unthinkable. He hadn't just muscled his way into the heroin trade, he had outmaneuvered the very structure that had controlled it for decades. While Harlem simmered under the weight of addiction, Lucas was busy rewriting the rules of the game. And in the process, he was enraging some of the most dangerous men in America. Traditionally, heroin distribution in New York City flowed through an intricate web controlled by the 5 families. They were the gatekeepers, rigid, powerful, and merciless. Anyone who wanted to play in their sandbox had to pay the toll. The mob imported the product, controlled the street-level pushers, and collected their piece from every deal. It was a system forged in blood and silence. But Frank wasn't interested in playing second fiddle to anyone. Not the Mafia, not the Italians, not anyone. What made Lucas so dangerous wasn't just his product, it was his independence. By establishing a direct pipeline to the Golden Triangle and eliminating the middlemen, he was doing something revolutionary. He had control from poppy to pipe. No mob tax, no inflated prices, no games. just the purest heroin on the street, branded boldly as blue magic and sold at a price the Mafia couldn't match. And Harlem responded in kind. Users flocked to him, dealers lined up to get a piece. His empire bloomed like a storm cloud over Manhattan, but word of his operation didn't stay quiet for long. The streets talkined, so do the bosses. Inside the smoke-filled backrooms of Brooklyn and Queens, Mafia capos began to hear whispers. A black man from North Carolina was moving millions in dope, and he wasn't paying tribute. He wasn't asking for permission. Worse, he was humiliating them, beating them at their own game. Some laughed it off at first. No black man had ever run a dope empire this large, not without the Mafia's blessing. But when the numbers started coming in, the laughter died fast. Lucas wasn't a street-level hustler. He was running a vertically integrated narcotics syndicate, complete with a supply chain that spanned continents and a distribution network that spanned boroughs. The Italians tried to squeeze him. Men showed up uninvited to his clubs. Phone calls were made first, polite, then threatening. Meetings were requested in dimly lit restaurants. Frank listened, but he didn't budge. He wasn't about to cut anyone in on a business he built from the ground up. He'd come too far, lost too much, and risked everything to get here. He wasn't just trying to get rich, he was trying to make a statement that a black man could build an empire without kissing the ring. The mob didn't take rejection lightly. They made it clear, pay or pay the price. But Lucas had his own muscle. His brothers, the so-called country boys, were loyal, disciplined, and deadly. They weren't street punks, they were professionals, and they followed Frank with military precision. Frank fortified his empire with paranoia. He kept his circle tight, his movements unpredictable, and his rules unforgiving. Loyalty was everything, and betrayal meant death. Quiet death, no noise, no blood in the streets. Just disappearances. Still, the tension escalated. The Mafia, now furious and publicly humiliated, began plotting. There were drive-bys, club shootings. Dealers who sold blue magic started vanishing. Frank responded with more security, more guns, and more pressure. It was a Cold War played out in the alleys of Harlem and the corridors of organized crime, but the real power play came not with bullets but with leverage. The Mafia, smart and strategic, began using influence. They leaned on judges, pressured cops, turned informants. They knew if they couldn't kill Lucas, they could strangle his supply. They reached out to corrupt customs officials, tried to intercept shipments, bribe Thai suppliers, even contact military personnel involved in the transport chain. But Frank had anticipated all of it. His routes were layered. His bribes were higher. His people were silent. Lucas was outthinking them. That's what scared them most. He wasn't driven by chaos. He was meticulous, studying ledgers, analyzing trends, managing logistics like a CEO. His front businesses were clean, his laundering flawless. And all the while, his product flooded the city like a biblical plague. Hospitals filled with overdoses, families shattered. Harlem, already on edge, spiraled further into a fog of addiction. And at the center of it, calmly orchestrating the storm, stood Frank Lucas. He didn't gloat, he didn't brag, he stayed low, dressed plain, and let the money do the talking. His network was insulated layers of brokers, mules, and enforcers who ensured he never touched the drugs personally. If you wanted to hurt Frank Lucas, you'd have to go through a fortress of loyalty and fear. And yet, for all his composure, Frank knew the walls were shaking, not just from the Mafia, but from within. The deeper his operation grew, the harder it became to control. Greed crept in, envy, ambition. Dealers started cutting the dope, ruining the brand. His brothers bickered. The streets got messy. And then came the federal heat. Law enforcement, already under pressure to curb the heroin explosion, had begun taking notice. Agents, led by a dogged Richie Roberts, started putting the pieces together. Frank's name, once a ghost, was now etched into files, photographs, surveillance tapes, bank records. They didn't yet have proof, but they had a theory that Frank Lucas wasn't just a player, he was the player. But for now, Frank still had time to reinforce, and push back. The Mafia, increasingly enraged, began reconsidering their approach. Some wanted to hit him, others advised patience. After all, why waste blood when the feds were already circling like vultures? Let the government do the dirty work, Frank sensed. This shift, he doubled down on security, rotated stash houses, shifted routes, watched his lieutenants closely. Trust became currency, and paranoia became survival. He walked Harlem like a ghost, untouchable, unpredictable. To the public, he was a businessman. To the streets, a kingpin. To the Mafia, a threat. And still, he refused to pay tribute. That defiance became legend. In a world where the mob demanded respect and submission, Frank gave them neither. He carved out his empire with grit and cunning, and held on to it with iron fists and cold eyes. But the higher he climbed, the thinner the air. The pressure mounted, enemies multiplied, and somewhere deep down, Frank must have known it couldn't last forever. Still, for that brief, violent moment in American history, one man did what generations before him never could. He cut out the Mafia, and for that, he didn't just make history, he rewrote the rules of the underworld. Chapter 12. Family First. The Lucas Syndicate. Frank Lucas didn't trust easily. In the brutal world of heroin trafficking, betrayal wasn't just probable, it was inevitable. Money could buy silence, but only for so long. Power attracted envy, and loyalty, the rarest currency of all, was hard to come by in the chaotic streets of New York. So, when it came time to expand his growing heroin empire, Frank didn't look to the streets for lieutenants. He looked home to the red clay roads of North Carolina, to the people who shared his blood, his past, and, most importantly, his trust. It was a decision rooted not in sentimentality, but in survival. Frank understood the stakes. The more powerful he became, the more exposed he was. The cops were watching. The Mafia was watching. Even some of his own dealers were watching, calculating, waiting for a slip to protect his turf, his product. And his life, Frank needed men who wouldn't flinch, who wouldn't steal, who wouldn't talk. So he reached back into his roots and pulled forth a syndicate bound not by street code, but by family. By one, they came up from the south. His brothers, Zezra, Vernon, Turner, and Larry, followed by cousins and close friends. They weren't seasoned criminals. Most had never set foot in a major city before. They were farmers, mechanics, laborers, hard men, shaped by rural poverty and southern discipline, but they were loyal to Frank, and that was all that mattered. Frank trained them himself. They didn't know heroin, but they knew obedience. Under his guidance, they learned how to handle weight, how to move in silence, how to operate with precision. Frank didn't tolerate mistakes. He drilled them like a general preparing for war. Every man had a role. Every task had a protocol. From packaging to distribution to collection, the operation ran like a machine, tight, clean, and efficient. And unlike the street crews of Harlem, the Lucas Syndicate didn't leak. There were no side deals, no undercuts, no theft. Family loyalty was the glue. These weren't corner kids chasing a high or a fast buck. These were men with wives, children, responsibilities. They weren't afraid of jail, they were afraid of letting Frank down, because Frank, to them, wasn't just a boss. He was the man who had lifted them out of poverty, given them purpose, and turned dirt farmers into kings. They called themselves the Country Boys. The name was simple, unassuming, but within Harlem's underworld it carried weight. The Country Boys didn't shout. They didn't flash money. They moved with quiet menace, eyes sharp, mouths shut. They didn't need to boast, because their presence alone spoke volumes. If a dealer got out of line, the Country Boys corrected it. If a payment was late, they collected. If a problem arose, they solved it with finality. Frank's system was built on compartmentalization. Each brother oversaw a specific aspect of the business. Ezra managed finances, ensuring every dollar was accounted for. Vernon handled logistics, orchestrating shipments from the Far East with military-like timing. Turner supervised street distribution, working closely with the Harlem dealers who sold Blue Magic on the corners. And Larry, the youngest, acted as a floater, moving between departments, keeping everyone in line. The setup was brilliant in its simplicity. No one person knew everything, not even Frank's own kin. Each member knew only what they needed to. No, it was a design forged to withstand pressure, legal or otherwise. If one link broke, the chain would still hold. This strategy didn't just keep Frank insulated, helped the Lucas empire flourish. With family at the core, he had built something the Mafia couldn't replicate: total trust. No informants, no snitches, no weak links, where the mob relied on fear and blood oaths. Frank relied on bonds that stretched back to childhood, to church pews, to family dinners in the Carolinas. But the scale of the operation demanded more than just loyalty. It demanded structure. Frank brought discipline to chaos. Product was shipped in bulk kilos at a time, hidden in coffins flown from Vietnam, protected by corrupt military personnel who ensured smooth passage through customs. Once the heroin hit American soil, it was distributed to processing locations, often hidden in brownstones or apartments across the city, where teams of women also carefully vetted, cut, bagged, and branded the product with precision. Frank didn't allow his brothers to touch the drugs directly. That was a rule. Separation of labor, minimized risk. It was all about distance from the product, distance from the violence, distance from exposure. Frank was obsessed with it. He paid in cash, he used fronts, he kept books in code, and at the center of it all stood his family. Loyal, invisible to the outside world, the Lucas brothers looked like ordinary men. They dressed conservatively. They didn't draw attention. They blended in. Even as millions flowed through their operation, they never flaunted it. No gaudy cars, no diamond watches, just quiet, deliberate movement. It was how Frank wanted it: low profile, high yield. Still, the success came with tension. The brothers, though loyal, were not without conflict. They bickered over decisions. They challenged each other's authority. Sometimes they pushed back against Frank's orders. But Frank ruled with absolute control. When disagreements arose, he shut them down fast. He wasn't interested in debates. This wasn't a democracy. It was his empire, and anyone who forgot that, family or not, was reminded quickly. But despite the internal friction, the Lucas Syndicate worked. In fact, it thrived. With his brothers watching his flanks, Frank expanded aggressively. New territories opened. More money poured in. Frank bought properties, houses, businesses, real estate across multiple states. He stashed millions in offshore accounts, hid cash in safe houses, buried some of it in the ground. And yet, through all the prosperity, there was an unspoken fear and understanding that this couldn't last forever. The weight of the operation was immense. The risk grew by the day. DEA agents were sniffing around. Competing dealers were growing desperate. Addicts were dying in record numbers. The streets were boiling, and still Frank pressed forward. He couldn't stop. Not now. Not with so many mouths to feed. Not with so many eyes on him. He had become more than a drug lord. He was a symbol of power, of defiance, of what black ambition could achieve in a world that had always tried to crush it. He was Harlem Smith. And myths don't walk away. Behind the myth, though, was a man who understood exactly what he had built. A syndicate unlike any other, one born from southern soil, forged in blood, held together by names and memories and kinship. He had turned his family into an army, and in doing so had created a fortress around himself, one that no gang, no Mafia family, no outside force could penetrate. At least, not yet. The Lucas Syndicate would become a case study in both brilliance and inevitability. A drug empire run like a Fortune 500 company, but rooted in the most primal of foundations. For a time, it gave Frank Lucas the edge over every rival. For a time, it protected him from the wolves. For a time, it worked. But time, as Frank knew, was never on the side of the outlaw. The clock was ticking, and in the shadows, the pressure was building. Because loyalty is powerful. But in the drug game, nothing, not even blood, is bulletproof. Chapter 13. Life of Luxury. Frank Lucas didn't just make money, he announced it. In a world where most drug lords lived behind the shadows, keeping their power quiet, Frank stepped into the spotlight wearing mink coats, diamond rings, and silk suits that shimmered beneath Harlem's streetlights. For him, power wasn't just meant to be held, it was meant to be seen. And the world saw it in every stride, every custom-made shoe, every flash of gold that caught the sun as he stepped out of a Rolls-Royce with the swagger of royalty. By the early 1970s, Frank Lucas was operating a heroin empire that pulled in an estimated $1 million a day, with blue magic flooding the streets at a purity and price no one else could match. Frank's grip on Harlem tightened, and his appetite for opulence grew just as fast. He had climbed from the muddy fields of La Grange, North Carolina, to the marble floors of Manhattan, and he wanted everyone to know it. He bought a sprawling estate in Teaneck, New Jersey, an exclusive, quiet suburb where real wealth lived behind trimmed hedges and silence. The mansion boasted more than 20 rooms, state-of-the-art security, and a driveway that held a small fleet of luxury vehicles. Jaguars, Mercedes-Benzes, Cadillacs, all polished to a mirror shine. And if the cars didn't tell you who lived there, the thoroughbred race horses and private jets surely did. Frank wasn't just rich. He was redefining what black wealth could look like in America's underworld. Inside that mansion, extravagance reigned. Custom-built furniture, imported Italian marble, grand chandeliers that sparkled like crystal waterfalls. His closets were packed with furs, full-length minks, sables, chinchilla goats, worth more than some people's homes. Frank spared no expense, because in his mind he had earned it. He had built an empire from the ground up, beat the Italians at their own game, and made Harlem his kingdom. And every king needs a crown. Still, perhaps nothing symbolized Frank's audacity more than the infamous outfit he wore to the Muhammad Ali Joe Frazier fight at Madison Square Garden in 1971. It was one of the biggest events in sports history. Packed with celebrities, politicians, and mob bosses, but the man who stole the show wasn't in the ring. It was Frank Lucas's in front row, just seats away from the likes of Don King and Italian mobsters from the Five Families. He wore a full-length chinchilla coat draped over a matching hat together worth over $100,000. The coat alone, lined in beaver fur, cost $25,000. The hat, $10,000. It was bold, it was unforgettable, and it was a mistake. That night marked the moment Frank Lucas stepped fully into the spotlight, onto the radar of the federal government. Until then, he had been smart, low profile, invisible. But the coat, the hat, the cameras, they all broke the silence. Investigators didn't know his name, but after that night they wanted to. But Frank didn't care. At least, not yet. At that time, he was untouchable. His heroin was purer. His operation was smoother. His money was cleaner funneled through dozens of fake businesses, laundered through offshore accounts, and washed in nightclubs, car dealerships, and real estate ventures. And he had family in every position of trust, watching every dollar, guarding every secret. He didn't need the mob's protection. He had his own. Frank's wealth allowed him to move through circles that few black men of his time could even dream of entering. He dined in Manhattan's finest restaurants, vacationed in exotic islands, and rubbed shoulders with celebrities, athletes, and politicians. His wife, Juliana Logan, composed, was draped in jewels, just as much a symbol of the empire as any car or mansion. They were Harlem royalty, untouchable, or so it seemed. But beneath the glitter there was always tension. Frank knew the money came with a price. He knew the eyes were watching, some admiring, others waiting for him to slip. Law enforcement wasn't far behind, and neither were the enemies he had made by cutting the Mafia out of their own trade. There were whispers, grudges, quiet threats, but none of it mattered, not yet, because Frank Lucas was at the peak of his power, and nothing, not even the mob, could tell him how to spend his money. Even the way he traveled spoke volumes. He flew in private jets, sometimes just to shop in other cities, Atlanta, Miami, Vegas. He would spend tens of thousands in one afternoon, walking through boutiques with an entourage behind him and a duffel bag full of cash in hand. He had bodyguards dressed like businessmen, drivers who knew to never speak unless spoken to, and accountants who helped him bury the paper trail deep. And always he carried himself with the calm, cold confidence of a man who knew exactly what he was doing. That confidence spilled into every part of his life. When Frank walked through Harlem, people noticed, not just because of the clothes or the cars, but because of the power. Kids stared, men nodded, women whispered. He gave out cash to struggling families, paid rent for the elderly, bought Thanksgiving turkeys for entire blocks. He was, in many ways, both a drug lord and a local legend, modern-day Robin Hood to some, a ruthless kingpin to others. Either way, he was unforgettable. But with every new purchase, every public appearance, every flash of wealth, the walls were beginning to close in. The D was watching, the IRS was digging, and even some of his allies were growing suspicious. You can't make that much money and stay invisible forever. Not in America, and certainly not in New York. Frank Lucas had built a kingdom one that dazzled and dominated. But kingdoms, no matter how golden, always attract enemies, and eventually they fall. But in this moment, in this chapter, Frank was still on top. The streets of Harlem bowed at his feet. His empire stretched from Southeast Asia to uptown Manhattan, and he was richer than he had ever imagined possible. But the fur coat had left a scent, the money had left a trail, and the life of luxury was leaving behind the kind of footprints that no amount of power could cover forever. Chapter 14. Rivals. Hitmen and Fear. Frank Lucas was on top of the world, but the higher he climbed, the more enemies he gathered in the shadows. His meteoric rise had created ripples that turned into tidal waves of resentment. In the criminal underworld, there was a fine line between respect and envy. Frank didn't just cross that line, he erased it. And the moment he stepped into the drug trade as the independent kingpin of Harlem, he made himself a target. One of those targets stared at him through designer sunglasses and a toothy Grinnicky Barnes. Known as Mr. Untouchable, Barnes wasn't just a flashy drug dealer. He was a Harlem institution. Charismatic, reckless, and ferociously ambitious, Barnes had long held sway over Uptown's heroin scene. But Frank's arrival disrupted that balance. Where Barnes thrived on chaos and attention, Frank ruled through silence and structure. Blue Magic wasn't just a product, it was a message, a warning, and Barnes heard it loud and clear. The rivalry between the two wasn't immediate, but it was inevitable. Their worlds collided through whispers and middlemen, through territory disputes and under-table provocations. Barnes believed Harlem was his kingdom. Frank, in contrast, believed no one had the right to rule but the man with the purest product and the tightest discipline, and in that equation there was no room for Nicky Barnes. But it wasn't just about turf. It was about power, and the kind of paranoia that only comes when you realize you're not the only lion in the jungle. Frank knew Barnes had eyes everywhere. Runners, enforcers, dealers who would flip for a better deal or a faster payday. Trust became a currency more precious than cash, and as the tension grew, so did the blood on the streets. Frank started moving. With more men, more guns, more awareness of the constant danger that came with success. He wasn't afraid to retaliate, and he certainly wasn't afraid to strike first. Behind his sharp suits and soft-spoken charm was a man who understood one fundamental rule: fear keeps people honest, and Frank made sure that fear walked a step behind him at all times. Hitman became part of his arsenal. Not thugs or amateurs, but cold professionals. Silent, disciplined, deadly. If someone crossed Frank, they didn't get a second warning. Sometimes they didn't get a first. Bodies started turning up in alleys, riverbeds, and parking lots. Messages delivered not with words, but with bullets. And everyone in Harlem started to understand the man behind Blue Magic didn't forgive. But while Barnes fumed and plotted, another threat loomed in the background. One far older, far more structured, and infinitely more dangerous: the Italian Mafia. For decades, the five families had held a grip over New York's drug distribution. Even if they didn't deal directly, they taxed, regulated, and controlled. The roots, Frank had bypassed all of that. No tribute, no meetings, no permission. He flew directly to Southeast Asia, made his own connections, and flooded the streets with heroin that undercut Mafia-backed suppliers. At first, the mob didn't know who he was. Then they couldn't believe who he was. A black man, independent, successful, and utterly unafraid. It was an insult they couldn't ignore. Whispers turned into meetings. Meetings turned into orders. And soon, contracts were being discussed in smoky back rooms by men who didn't take kindly to being cut out of the game. Frank knew he had crossed a line, but he didn't back down. He doubled his security, strengthened his family's involvement in key positions, moved his stash houses more frequently. And most of all, he watched for cars that circled too many times, for strangers in crowds, for sudden betrayals. In the world Frank had built, survival wasn't just was about sensing when the wind was about to shift. And it did shift. Fast, shootouts became common. Not just with rivals, but with former allies, people Frank had once trusted with product or information, who tried to carve out pieces of his empire for themselves. Crews from Brooklyn, Queens, and the Bronx began testing his reach, his strength, and his willingness to respond. Frank met every challenge with ruthless efficiency. Either you got in line or you disappeared. There was no in-between, but each act of violence created another enemy. Each retaliation birthed a fresh vendetta. Frank wasn't just feared, he was hunted by the streets, by the mob, and by Nicky Barnes, whose own empire was starting to crack under pressure. Barnes accused Frank of arrogance, of stepping beyond his station. Frank, in turn, viewed Barnes as reckless and disloyal, everything he hated about the drug game. Their feud reached a boiling point when a shipment disappeared, intercepted, some believed, by men working with Barnes. Frank didn't hesitate. He sent a message so violent, so brutal, that the story echoed across Harlem for months. A mid-level dealer, suspected of playing both sides, was found mutilated in a warehouse's body, a canvas of warning. After that, few dared to cross Frank, but the tension never truly disappeared. It just went underground, waiting for its moment. What Frank understood better than most was that terror could be a currency. If people feared you enough, they wouldn't question you, they wouldn't challenge you. And in a business where betrayal could come with a smile, fear was a safer bet than loyalty. He used it like a weapon, sharp, cold, and always within reach. Still, The psychological toll was mounting. Frank's world was one of luxury, yes, but also one of constant surveillance. He couldn't eat at the same restaurant twice in 1 week, couldn't drive the same route home, couldn't fully trust even the men who carried his secrets, and he didn't sleep without a gun within arm's reach. Juliana, his wife, saw the change, the paranoia, the distance, the quiet rage that simmered just beneath his calm exterior. What had started as a dream, wealth, respect, freedom, was beginning to rot from the inside. Harlem wasn't a kingdom anymore. It was a battlefield. Frank rarely showed emotion, but even he knew the balance was tilting. The FBI was circling, the D had taken an interest, and his rivals were still out there waiting, watching, planning. Nicky Barnes, though no longer a direct threat, remained a wild card. His ego, his reach, his connections, they were still dangerous, and the Mafia wasn't done either. They hadn't forgotten the insult. They never did. To stay alive, Frank had to think like a predator, but live like prey. His world shrank to safe houses, coded conversations, and rehearsed escape plans. Every phone call was monitored, every face was analyzed, and yet he moved forward because stopping meant dying, and Frank Lucas wasn't ready to die. In the end, fear had become the cost of power. Every dollar earned was soaked in paranoia. Every empire built demanded blood. Frank had chosen this life, but what he hadn't counted on was how lonely it would become. Trust no longer existed. Loyalty was rented. And love, once the soft refuge of his past, now lived in the same shadows as his enemies. Still, he pressed on, ruling Harlem with an iron fist wrapped in velvet. Rivals came and went. Some disappeared, others made peace through silence, and a few, like Nicky Barnes, would come to play even darker roles in the years ahead. But for now, Frank Lucas remained the heroin king of Harlem, feared, watched, hunted, and still undefeated. The war was far from over, and the next bullet could come from anywhere. Chapter 15. Narcotics on the rise. By the mid-1970s, Harlem was no longer just a neighborhood. It had become a battlefield. The streets, once alive with jazz clubs and soul food diners, were now haunted by shadows, young men nodding off on stoops, women searching alleyways for their next fix, children stepping over syringes on their way to school. The drug that coursed through this chaos was heroin, and the empire behind it had a name: Frank Lucas. Lucas didn't just sell heroin, he redefined it. He made it stronger, cheaper, and more available than anyone thought possible. His brand, Blue Magic, had become as recognizable as Coca-Cola, but with success came scrutiny. What had once seemed like a clever underworld operation had become a national crisis. Harlem was drowning, and Washington was watching. President Richard Nixon had declared the war on drugs in 1971, calling addiction public enemy number one. At the time, it sounded like political rhetoric, but by 1973 it became land. Harlem was one of the first war zones. Federal funding poured into narcotics divisions. New task forces were formed. D. Agenson Green, others hardened by years of chasing ghosts, fanned out across New York City, and the name that kept resurfacing in every report, every surveillance transcript, every whisper on the street was Frank Lucas. But Lucas wasn't worried. Not yet. To him, Federal heat was part of the game. He had insiders, clean-cut fronts, and the loyalty of a crew built on bloodlines and fear. His operations were air to tour, so he believed the coffins from Southeast Asia had long since stopped arriving, but the supply never slowed. He had stored kilos in stash houses across the city. He diversified, insulated himself, and even began considering investments overseas. While Harlem spiraled into despair, Lucas was living like royalty stepping out of mink-lined limousines, dining at the finest restaurants, rubbing shoulders with celebrities and politicians who admired his style, never knowing or pretending not to know where the money came from, but behind the gold rings and tailored suits, the rot was setting in. Heroin addiction in Harlem had reached epidemic proportions. Emergency rooms overflowed with overdoses. Clinics begged for funding. Families broke apart as sons and daughters disappeared into the black hole of addiction. And more, those in pain began asking the same question: who was responsible? The media didn't take long to find its villain. Frank Lucas became the face of the crisis. Newspaper headlines painted him as a modern-day Al Capone, but darker, more cunning, more ruthless, more invisible. He wasn't a loudmouth gangster or a flamboyant mobster. He was quiet, calculating, and terrifyingly effective. And unlike the Mafia, whose hierarchy was well understood by law enforcement, Lucas operated in a network of blood ties and Southern loyalties, foreign suppliers and local silence. He was hard to catch, harder to prove. Meanwhile, the violence kept escalating. Addicts who couldn't afford their next fix turned to theft, then to murder. Turf wars erupted between rival dealers trying to carve out their piece of the crumbling city, and the cops. They were either overwhelmed, outgunned, or on the payroll. The line between law and crime blurred. Corruption seeped into precincts. Evidence vanished. Tips were sold. Harlem had become a puzzle too dangerous to solve, a place where justice was bought and truth buried. Yet the federal agents weren't giving up. They knew they couldn't arrest their way out of the crisis. They needed a similar takedown that would echo through the underworld and send a message that the government was no longer blind, and Frank Lucas was that symbol. But Lucas had grown. Complacent years of success had dulled his instincts. He still moved with caution, but his inner circle had grown too large. His family operation, once built on trust and blood, had expanded to include outsiders, friends of cousins, cousins of friends. Each new layer introduced risk. Each new partner brought a potential leak, and the D knew it. By 1974, federal wiretaps were in place. Undercover agents had infiltrated Harlem's drug corridors. A few mid-level dealers had flipped, trading information for leniency. Surveillance teams tracked cash pickups, monitored stash house movements, recorded whispered conversations in diners and pool halls. And slowly a picture began to form, one that pointed directly to Lucas. But he wasn't just a kingpin. He was a symbol of something larger, a man who had risen from the cotton fields of North Carolina to become one of the richest criminals in American history. He had outsmarted the mob, built his own dynasty, and created a brand that had conquered Harlem. And now he was being hunted by a federal government determined to reclaim its streets. As agents closed in, Lucas grew paranoid. He stopped using phones, changed cars frequently, relocated stash houses, but paranoia has a cost. Trust fractures, mistakes are made. In one instance, a bagman was caught with a briefcase stuffed with hundreds of thousands in untraceable bills. In another, an associate was arrested and offered immunity in exchange for names. The empire was no longer invisible, it was unraveling thread by thread. Still, Lucas tried to stay ahead. He launched a few new fronts real estate deals, nightclub investments, even plans to open a nightclub in the South. He believed that if he could shift fast enough, adapt quickly enough, he could survive. But the heroin crisis was no longer just a criminal issue, it was political. Senators were holding hearings. Parents were protesting in the streets. The pressure was rising, and Frank Lucas was running out of shadows to hide in. Harlem itself was unrecognizable. The community had become a shell of its former self. Churches held more funerals than weddings. Schools struggled to function as students disappeared into addiction or gang life. Residents walked in fear, not just of drug dealers, but of what their neighborhood had become. And those who remembered a better Harlem than Harlem of music, art, and pride were left asking how it had all slipped away. In private moments, even Lucas began to feel the weight. He had always justified his actions, said he was giving people what they wanted, that someone else would do it if he didn't. But deep down, he knew. He had watched too many young men go under, seen too many mothers weep on sidewalks. He had given Harlem heroin, and Harlem had given him everything in return. Fame, wealth, power, but at what cost? The war on drugs had finally found its enemy. The federal agents didn't just want to catch Lucas, they wanted to dismantle him, to put him on trial, to make him an example, and Lucas, for all his brilliance and foresight, was starting to feel the net tighten in the final months before his eventual arrest. Frank Lucas would retreat further into luxury and illusion, throwing lavish parties, buying expensive toys, trying to prove, if only to himself, that he was still untouchable. But the truth was clear. The storm was coming, and no fur coat, no gated mansion, no offshore account could stop it. The empire built on heroin was beginning to crack, and the man who once ruled Harlem like a king would soon learn that even kings can fall, especially when the weight of an entire nation's fury is aimed directly at their throne. Chapter 16. Detective Richie Roberts. In a city teeming with corruption, where loyalty could be bought and justice often served the powerful. The name Richie Roberts didn't carry the weight of a legend. Not yet. He was just a cop, a detective in Newark, white, Jewish, streetwise, and stubborn, while Harlem was gripped by Frank Lucas's heroin empire. Roberts was quietly watching the poison seep through his own city, brick by brick, life by life. His job was narcotics, his mission, truth, and in 1970s America, that made him a rare breed. Most cops in the narcotics division had their hands out. Kickbacks, bribes, a taste of the dope money. It was practically expected. The line between lawman and outlaw had blurred so thoroughly it was hard to tell who was worse. But not Richie. He was different, respected by few, hated by many, trusted by even fewer, in a world where integrity could get you isolated, or worse, Richie Roberts stood alone. By the early 70s, the streets of New Jersey were being flooded with heroin of unprecedented purity. Blue magic, it was like nothing law enforcement had seen before. Overdose rates were spiking. Addicts were dying with needles still in their arms. The product wasn't being stepped on, it was being pumped straight into veins, uncut. To a detective like Roberts, that kind of consistency wasn't random. It was military-grade organization, strategic, ruthless, calculated. He began digging, quietly, carefully, files, surveillance, informants. He listened more than he spoke, watched as the traditional mob pipelines were being disrupted, not by the Italians, but by a new face, a black man, unheard of, unthinkable. The Mafia had owned the drug trade for decades, but this was different. The money was moving fast, and the bodies were piling up even faster. Robert saw the trail of destruction. Kids strung out on playgrounds, families shattered, blood in the gutters. Harlem was ground zero, but the tremors were reaching Newark and beyond. That's when the name Frank Lucas started to surface, whispered in back alleys, mumbled by busted dealers, a ghost with a briefcase full of cash and soldiers who feared no man, not even the Mafia. Lucas didn't just deal drugs. He restructured the entire business model. While Roberts was building cases, Frank was building a kingdom. Richie wasn't flashy. He drove an old car, wore wrinkled shirts. His marriage had collapsed under the weight of his work. He slept at the office, ate out of vending machines, but his mind was razor sharp. He could smell a lie from a block away, and in the file marked Frank Lucas, nothing smelled right. The lifestyle didn't match the supposed background. The money didn't track. It was like chasing a shadow in a city full of mirrors. Roberts wasn't alone for long. He brought in a team tight-knit, trustworthy, men he handpicked, men he could vouch for. No leaks, no dirty hands. They formed a task force that operated in secrecy, even from other cops. The mission was simple: follow the money and bring down the man at the top. But there was nothing simple about tracking Frank Lucas. Lucas was a ghost. No phones, no paper, trails. He dealt only with family, trusted no one outside the circle. He dressed sharp, but never gaudy, until he slipped the infamous chinchilla coat at the Ollie Frazier fight. That moment, flashy and fleeting, lit up the radar of law enforcement like a flare in the night. Roberts took note. The coat wasn't just fabric and fur. It was evidence of a financial ecosystem that didn't make sense. Roberts knew if he could follow the money, he could find the drugs. And if he found the drugs, he could find Frank. Still, it was like threading a needle through a hurricane. Informants were terrified. The Lucas crew was tight, loyal, and ruthless. Silence was enforced brutally. Fear was Frank's best protection. Yet Roberts kept pushing. Raids, surveillance, sleepless nights. His team began turning up real leads. Not just junkies and low-level dealers, but names, places, patterns. Frank wasn't just importing heroin. He was importing it directly from Southeast Asia, using U.S. military planes during the chaos of the Vietnam War. That revelation, when it hit, rocked law enforcement to its core. It wasn't just criminal, it was treasonous. The idea that American servicemen were being used to ferry heroin back home into the very neighborhoods that raised them was beyond comprehension. But the evidence was there, and Roberts wouldn't let it go. The deeper he dug, the clearer the picture became. Frank Lucas had outplayed the Mafia, the feds, the streets, everyone. He wasn't a common drug dealer. He was a tycoon. But the higher Lucas climbed, the more visible he became. The cash, the houses, the fleet of luxury cars, the coat, it all added up to attention. And Roberts was watching it all, patiently, waiting for the right moment to strike. Not with violence, but with proof. The cat-and-mouse game between Frank and Richie was no accident. It was a collision course to men from opposite worlds, one rising through the underworld, the other clawing his way through a system broken from within. Both smart, both determined, but only one could walk away with victory. In many ways, Roberts saw Frank not just as a criminal, but as a symbol of everything that had gone wrong. The corruption, the failure of institutions, the betrayal of community. By greed, he didn't hate Lucas, not in a personal way. He respected the intelligence, the structure, but he loathed the consequences, and he vowed to bring it down. The investigation intensified. Wiretaps, tail cars, surveillance cameras. Piece by piece, the puzzle came together. The Lucas operation wasn't just a fluke. It was engineered with precision. From jungle poppy fields to Harlem street corners, it ran like a corporation, one built on pain, addiction, and profit. And at its center, a man who believed himself untouchable. Richie Roberts didn't need to shout. He didn't need a badge of gold or a flashy arrest. He needed the truth, and the truth was closing in. For Frank Lucas, the walls were beginning to shake. Not from the Mafia, not from street rivals, but from a man who couldn't be bought, couldn't be bullied, couldn't be bribed. The day would come when the two men would meet, not on the street, not in violence, but across a table, with lives hanging in the balance. But that day was still ahead. For now it was surveillance tapes, paperwork, quiet, footsteps in the dark, the build-up before the storm, and behind it all, Detective Richie Roberts, the unlikely enemy, the quiet storm, the man who would risk everything to bring down Harlem's king. Chapter 17. The D zeroes in. By the mid-1970s, Frank Lucas had become a legend not just in Harlem, but across the underworld of New York. He moved like a ghost, wealthy, insulated, almost untouchable. His blue magic heroin empire had penetrated every layer of street life, and his family-run network of trusted lieutenants made infiltration nearly impossible. But power, especially the kind amassed in the shadows, always comes at a price. And for Lucas, the bill was coming due. In Washington and New York, the federal government was intensifying its campaign against drug trafficking. The war on drugs was no longer just a slogan, it was becoming an obsession. Richard Nixon had declared drug abuse public enemy #1, and agencies like the D were being granted sweeping new powers. In their crosshairs stood one man who symbolized everything they wanted to bring down: Frank Lucas. Lucas didn't operate like the Mafia. He didn't play by their rules, nor did he pay tribute. That alone had drawn the ire of powerful Italian crime families, but now it drew the attention of law enforcement for a different reason. Lucas was the anomaly. A black drug lord who had bypassed the mob, corrupted soldiers, cops, and customs agents alike, and created his own sophisticated supply chain straight from Southeast Asia. He wasn't a small-time street boss. He was a businessman with a blue. The D wanted it torn to pieces. The first crack in Lucas's armor came quietly. Informants began whispering names. Busts in the outer boroughs started producing connections, loose threads that, when pulled, began to tug at the hem of Lucas's empire. D agents started digging. One of them, a sharp and relentless investigator named Louis Diaz, had a gut feeling the heroin flooding Harlem wasn't coming through the usual Mafia ports. It was cleaner, more potent, and moving in bulk with startling efficiency. Something wasn't right, so Diaz and his colleagues at the D began to listen, and follow. They watched known associates of Lucas carefully, methodically logging their movements, noting patterns. It wasn't long before they realized Lucas wasn't just a figurehead. He was at the center of it all. Unlike other crime bosses who distanced themselves from the street-level operations, Lucas was hands-on. He handled logistics, financing, quality control. He kept records. And above all, he trusted only family. That, the D knew, was both his strength and his weaknesses in the shadows of Harlem. Surveillance teams staked out homes, warehouses, and nightclubs. They parked in vans for hours, days, watching silently as men moved in and out of buildings with briefcases, packages, and envelopes stuffed with cash. They trailed Lucas's brothers. They eavesdropped in pool halls and diners. And most importantly, they waited. Frank, for his part, sensed the heat. He had been in the game long enough to feel when the tide was shifting. But pride can be a blinding force. Lucas believed in the impenetrability of his network. He believed that no one, least of all a government agency, could truly understand how deep his roots ran. He had paid off the right people. He had bought silence with stacks of green paper and fear in equal measure. But the D wasn't working alone. They had quietly begun coordinating with Richie Roberts, the incorruptible detective from the Essex County Prosecutor's Office. Roberts had already begun compiling a file on Lucas long before the federal task forces merged, and with each new scrap of information, the picture came into sharper focus. Frank Lucas wasn't just Harlem's kingpin. He was the architect of a heroin empire that rivaled the Mafia in a quiet office downtown. The walls began to fill with photos, maps, names connected by red thread. Operation 21 was born, named after the 21 federal agents now assigned to the Lucas case full-time. They shared intelligence. They cross-referenced contacts. They dug into customs records, bank transfers, property deeds, and then they made a breakthrough. In one of the intercepted conversations, a name surfaced: Ike Atkinson, a former U.S. Army sergeant with deep ties in Southeast Asia. The D traced financial records that led from New York to Bangkok. They tracked shipping containers and military flights. Slowly, they began to understand the audacity of what Lucas had built: a heroin pipeline smuggled through U.S. military channels, wrapped in camouflage, moved under the noses of customs and military police. It was bold. It was brilliant. It was treasonous. Undercover agents were deployed. Some posed as corrupt soldiers, others as buyers. They inched closer to the supply chain. At the same time, wiretaps were placed on phones used by Lucas's associates. Conversations were transcribed, code words decoded. The agents listened in on shipments, stash house deliveries, street-level pickups, and the money was flowing like a river. Lucas had bank accounts across the country in false names: real estate in New Jersey, and North Carolina. A night club that served as a front, a furniture store that doubled as a drop site. The cash millions in untraceable bills were stashed in trunks, under floors, even vacuum-sealed in walls. The D knew they had to move carefully. One mistake could make Frank vanish. He had the resources to flee the country and never be seen again. So they waited. They built their case piece by piece, until it no longer resembled a hunch but a mountain of hard evidence. In the meantime, the streets were changing. Blue Magic's grip was tightening. Overdoses were climbing. Harlem, once the cultural heart of Black America, was now drowning in addiction. Community leaders were begging for action. The pressure on law enforcement was mounting. Lucas, ever confident, continued to move with swagger. He still attended boxing matches, still wore his iconic fur coat and matching hat. But the walls were closing in. His lieutenants were getting nervous. Some began to talk. A few were quietly flipped by federal agents, offered deals in exchange for information. The final blow came when the D intercepted a shipment, one of the biggest Lucas had moved to date. It was enough heroin to supply the East Coast for weeks, and it gave the agents the green light they had been waiting for. On a cold January morning in 1975, the task force made its move. Dozens of agents swept across the city, executing simultaneous raids on stash houses, businesses, and homes. Helicopters hovered overhead. Streets were cordoned off. The name Frank Lucas echoed through every radio frequency. They found him in his Teaneck, New Jersey mansion composed, almost expectant. When the cuffs were placed on his wrists, he didn't resist. He just looked the lead agent in the eyes and said, "Took you long enough." Inside his home, agents discovered over $500,000 in cash stuffed into dresser drawers, behind walls, in shoe boxes, firearms, ledgers, foreign currency. The evidence was overwhelming, but more than that, it was symbolic. The king had finally been brought down. As he sat in custody, Lucas said little. His lawyer was called. His brothers, arrested in the same sweep, remained silent. But the message was clear. Frank Lucas, Harlem's heroin overlord, had fallen. And for the D, it was the crown jewel in their crusade. But the case was far from over. The evidence still had to hold up in court, and the streets still buzzed with uncertainty. Would Lucas talk? Would he retaliate? Would others fall with him? The answers would come in time, but for now, the agents of Operation 21 stood victorious, having dismantled one of the most audacious drug empires in American history. And as Harlem exhaled, the man who once ruled its corners with gold chains and powder-white poison now sat behind bars, staring at the end of an era. The net had closed. The hunt was over. But the story of Frank Lucas ... was far from finished. Chapter 18. The Ollie Fight and the Fur Coat. On the night of March 8, 1971. The world stood still as two titans of boxing, Muhammad Ali and Joe Frazier, stepped into the ring at Madison Square Garden. It was billed as the fight of the century. Celebrities, politicians, royalty, and street legends alike filled the iconic arena. The air crackled with energy, the flashing bulbs of cameras casting sharp glints of diamonds, satin, and silk. Amid this constellation of fame, wealth, and infamy, one man stood out, not just for his presence, but for what he wore. Frank Lucas arrived in a floor-length chinchilla fur coat, paired with a matching hat, both custom-made by a Broadway furrier. The price tag, over $100,000. Beneath the coat, he wore a tailored suit that clung perfectly to his frame, Italian shoes that gleamed like obsidian, and a diamond pinky ring that winked under the lights like a star. Beside him, his wife Juliana shimmered in, jewels, elegance pouring from every inch of her. They weren't just attending the fight. They were becoming the story. Frank didn't sit in the back with the rest of Harlem's elite or the drug world's heavyweights. He walked straight to the front row, sliding into a seat next to boxing royalty and film stars. His spot almost center ringside was only a few seats from Frank Sinatra. Cameras swept past Sonny Liston and Diana Ross, but when they landed on Lucas, the lens lingered. The audience didn't know his name yet, but the feds watching did. That night, Lucas believed he was untouchable. He had risen from the red dirt roads of North Carolina to the pinnacle of Harlem's underworld. With blue magic, heroin flooding the streets, and his family-run operation humming like a factory line, he felt immune to consequence. He thought he had beaten the system. But that fur coat, luxurious, absurd, unforgettable, would be the very thing that shattered his illusion of invisibility to law enforcement. Frank Lucas had been a whisper, a rumor in the wind. D-agents had their eyes on more obvious suspects, mob-connected traffickers, Harlem's loudest dealers, and the usual suspects entrenched in organized crime. Frank had been careful to stay low, to operate under the radar. No flashy cars in his name, no phone lines connected to the headquarters, no drugs on his person, just shadows and silence. But that night, the fur coat screamed. Detective Richie Roberts had already begun asking around about the new kingpin on the street. Man behind the purest heroin Harlem had ever seen. Rumors had surfaced. A black man with a military supply route, a direct connection to Southeast Asia, someone who had managed to bypass the Mafia altogether. But no one could name him. No one could prove it until the Ollie fight, when photos of Frank sitting ringside started circulating. They ended up on desks at the D and NYPD's narcotics units. Someone asked, "Who is that sitting next to the mob bosses?" No one had an answer, but soon everyone wanted one, that single moment frozen. On film, replayed in slow motion, launched Frank Lucas from ghost to target. It wasn't just about the coat. It was about the question it provoked. How could someone unknown, unaffiliated, and unconnected to the five families afford to outshine the dawns of New York? Who was this man who could walk into Madison Square Garden and sit among kings? Lucas, for his part, had no idea the seeds of his downfall had been planted that night. To him, the coat was a statement of success. It was the reward for years of blood, sweat, and calculated silence. But in a world where power thrives on secrecy, vanity can be fatal. The DEA's investigation intensified after the fight. Roberts and his team began putting the puzzle together. They noticed something unusual. None of the usual suspects were behind the city's heroin flood. Instead, there were whispers of a mysterious organization, well-disciplined, hard to trace. And at the top, one name started surfacing again and again: Frank Lucas. Surveillance began. The agents followed his brothers. They watched cousins pick up packages and drive out of state. They listened to street gossip, piecing together the outlines of a sprawling syndicate. But the linchpin the face to put on the dartboard was still blurry until that coat kept coming up in photos. Every time agents scanned through images from social events, from fights to fundraisers, Frank was there, cloaked in confidence, and often in fur, and every time it raised the same question: how could this man afford such opulence? To most in Harlem, Frank was a legend, a myth carved into the concrete of 116th Street. But to the agents watching from afar, he became a profile worth building. One by one, they tracked his movements, identified his inner circle, and matched the rising flow of heroin with his timeline. The irony wasn't lost on Roberts. A man so brilliant in secrecy, so methodical in building an invisible empire, had made his first critical mistake not through violence or betrayal, but through vanity. That fur coat, soft and shimmering, was like a siren's song to law enforcement. It broke the spell of invisibility. It gave them a reason to look deeper. Back in Harlem, the coat took on its own legend. Young hustlers whispered about it. Women envied Juliana's diamonds, but it was the fur that everyone remembered. Lucas had broken every rule, cutting out the mob, setting his own prices, building an empire on trust and blood ties. But that night, he broke the one rule he could never afford to: never draw attention to yourself. Frank Lucas had always prided himself on discipline. No smoking, no drinking, no talking on phones, no putting cars or houses in his name. But that night at the Garden, in front of the world, he let his guard down. He wanted the world to see what success looked like, and the world did. So did the government. In the months that followed, surveillance escalated. The deplanted informants. They traced vehicles. They scrutinized bank records and storage units. Frank Lucas, once the invisible kingpin, was now a man under the microscope. He didn't know it yet, but that moment at the fight had triggered a cascade of consequences. The pressure was building. The wiretaps were clicking. The net was tightening. Years later, when asked what went wrong, what tipped the scales, Frank Lucas didn't mention betrayal or greed or even the strength of the government. He pointed to that coat. He admitted that wearing it was the dumbest thing he ever did, because in that moment he stopped being a ghost and became a target. It was more than fashion. It was ego. It was a split-second decision that said, "Look at me," and the world did. Especially the men who had been searching for a face to match the empire poisoning the veins of Harlem. That fur coat, luxurious, foolish, unforgettable, wasn't just clothing, it was prophecy, and it marked the beginning of the end. Chapter 19. The Raid on the Castle in the cold grey morning of January 28th, 1975. Silence clung to the outskirts of Teaneck, New Jersey, the kind of silence that came just before thunder. Frank Lucas's estate, the sprawling mansion he called home, stood like a fortress, its wide lawns and luxury gates, a far cry from the streets of Harlem he once roamed as a hungry boy from North Carolina. But that morning no amount of opulence could protect him from what was coming. The castle was about to be stormed. By the time the sun had begun its slow crawl over the treetops, more than a dozen unmarked cars had already surrounded the property. D agents and NYPD detectives waited in hushed anticipation. Among them was Richie Roberts, the former Marine turned prosecutor, whose dogged pursuit of Lucas had transformed him from a quiet lawman into the heroin kingpin's greatest threat. Months of surveillance, wiretaps, and witness interviews had led to this moment. The net was finally tightening. The raid wasn't spontaneous. It had been orchestrated with surgical precision. Every room of the Lucas mansion had been mapped. Every guard rotation, every movement of his family and crew had been logged and studied. The agents knew where to go, who to grab, what to look for. This was no ordinary drug bust. This was the reckoning dot just past 6:30 a.m. The silence shattered with a single yell, "Go!" The task force moved in. Doors were smashed, windows broken. Armed agents stormed the house in formation. Shouts echoed through the marble halls as startled family members and house staff were pulled from their beds at gunpoint. Frank, awakened by the chaos, rushed down from his master's suite in a robe, heart pounding not with fear, but with the raw shock of it all. He had built this house as a symbol of permanence, a fortress of wealth, control, and untouchable power. But now, watching federal agents tear through his empire with rifles drawn, that illusion evaporated. Frank Lucas, the self-made king of Harlem's heroin trade, was suddenly just a man. Man being hunted. The agents moved with ruthless efficiency. Closets were emptied, safes cracked open, floorboards pried up. They knew what they were looking for, and they found it in the basement. They uncovered dozens of kilos of heirloom pure, untouched, still stamped with the markings from Southeast Asia. In another room, stacks of cash sat wrapped in rubber bands, bundled in cardboard boxes, some sealed so tightly they'd never seen daylight. The money, once counted, would total over $500,000. But that was just a fraction of what lay buried deeper inside the house. Behind a false wall in the living room, hidden behind a mirrored panel and a layer of brick, they discovered Lucas's most closely guarded secretor vault. It took nearly an hour to break it open, but when it gave way, the agents inside fell silent. What lay inside was staggering. Over $500,000 in cash, jewelry worth more than most people's homes, and more documents, ledgers, wire receipts, names, and contacts that would become crucial in unraveling the web Frank had built across continents. Every item seized told a story of scale, of ambition, and of how a man who once sold peanuts in North Carolina had come to command a global narcotics empire. Outside, news of the raid spread quickly. Reporters swarmed the street, cameras flashed, and the media circus began. For years, Frank had flaunted his wealth, appearing at boxing matches in chinchilla coats and $25,000 hats, driving around in custom Cadillacs with solid gold fixtures. Now, that same visibility came back to haunt him. The public watched with voyeuristic curiosity as the king was dragged from his castle. But perhaps most striking was how composed Frank appeared as he was led out in handcuffs. No outbursts, no pleading, just a long, slow walk down the steps of the mansion, the white robe still draped across his shoulders, his eyes fixed on some point in the distance. Some said it looked like defiance. Others thought it was acceptance. Either way, the message was clear. The walls were closing in. Richie Roberts watched from a distance, his face unreadable. For years he had chased this ghost, this legend. And now, standing in front of him, in cuffs, was just a man. Not a monster, not a myth, Just Frank, the moment was bittersweet. But this was only the beginning. Back at headquarters, the evidence was catalogued. Every dollar bill, every gram of heroin, every note scribbled in the ledgers. The sheer scale of the operation stunned even veteran agents. This wasn't just a neighborhood drug ring. This was multinational, militarized business. And at the center of it all stood Lucas Gum, cooperative, even charismatic in his interviews. When questioned, Frank didn't deny his role. He didn't confess either. He simply stared across the table and said, "You already know what you came to find." But what shook investigators most wasn't the drugs or the cash. It was the names in those ledgers. Bank officials, customs officers, shipping agents, even foreign diplomats. The corruption ran deep. Lucas's empire hadn't just flourished. In the shadows, it had depended on the cooperation of people in plain sight. Men in suits, men with badges. The raid on the Teaneck home, now dubbed the Castle by tabloids, became a symbol of the turning tide in the war on drugs. It showed that no one, not even the most powerful dealers, was beyond the reach of the law. But for Lucas, it marked a different kind of ending. He had always known it couldn't last forever. The fast cars, the fur coats, the millions, it was borrowed time. But what he hadn't expected was the silence afterward. The eerie stillness that comes when an empire falls. In the days that followed, more arrests came. Cousins, associates, distributors, many flipped, many didn't. Lucas himself remained silent. At least for a while, the press had a field day. King of Heroin dethroned, one headline screamed. Castle crumbles in siege. Another read. Every image captured of Frank in those days, whether being led into court or staring blankly into a camera, felt like the end of something enormous. The era of Harlem's heroin boom was crashing down, and Lucas was the face of its demise. But as the system prepared to bury him, something shifted. Lucas began to talk, not out of fear, not out of guilt, but strategy. He knew the law, knew the game. And if there was one thing Frank Lucas had always understood, it was survival. The raid may have been the death knell of his empire, but it was also the opening act to a new chapter. One where alliances would change, truths would be traded, and justice, however you defined it, would come cloaked in shades of grey. Still, for the people of Harlem, the fallout was immediate. With Frank's arrest, the tightly run network that had once guaranteed purity, pricing, and order collapsed. Chaos filled the vacuum. New dealers, less disciplined and far more violent, rushed in to seize the remains of the Lucas territory. What Frank had once ruled with cunning and calculation was now torn apart by greed and bloodshed. Meanwhile, the castle sat empty, silent, a hollow monument to a dream built on poison. Its walls still echoed with the footsteps of agents, the crack of splintered wood, the sounds of a kingdom falling apart. Frank Lucas had once believed he could outwit the law, outsmart the Mafia, outrun fate, but in the end it was a coat of chinchilla fur, a life lived too loud, and a single morning raid that brought it all crashing down. The fall had begun, and in the ruins of the castle, the myth of the untouchable king lay buried. Chapter 20. Trial of the Century. The courtroom was packed, not just with lawyers, jurors, and court officials, but with journalists, photographers, FBI agents, narcotics detectives, and former associates who once smiled in Frank Lucas's direction, but now watched him from the shadows, waiting for the fall. The scent of polished wood and sweat lingered in the air. The weight of history pressed down like a thick, invisible curtain. Frank Lucas sat still at the defense table. Impeccably dressed in a conservative grey suit, he carried none of the swagger. He once flaunted no extravagant fur coat, no jewel-studded watch, just a calm, emotionless stare, his eyes occasionally locking with someone in the gallery, perhaps a familiar face from Harlem, or a distant memory from a better time. The kingpin who once ruled the streets with silent menace now faced his reckoning under the blinding glare of public justice. By the time Frank Lucas was brought to trial in 1975, the media had already labeled it the trial of the century. Cameras weren't allowed inside, but their lenses waited outside like wolves, capturing every second of Lucas entering and exiting the courthouse. Reporters fought for space on the front steps. Headlines screamed of betrayal, corruption, drug empires, and staggering fortunes. America, still reeling from Watergate and the collapse of trust in its institutions, now turned its attention to Harlem's heroin emperor. The indictment was heavy count after count of drug trafficking, conspiracy, tax evasion, and criminal enterprise. The government's case was methodically laid out. They painted Frank Lucas not as a mere player in the narcotics game, but as its undisputed architect, the architect of a distribution network that flooded entire boroughs with high purity heroin, claiming lives by the thousands. Prosecutors introduced exhibits with surgical precision. They displayed photographs of heroin bricks wrapped in plastic, stamped with logos like blue magic. They played wiretap recordings grainy but clear enough to suggest coded exchanges between Lucas and his operatives. Bank statements revealed deposits that defied logic. And then there was the cash millions discovered in the secret compartments of his New Jersey mansion, hidden beneath floorboards and false ceilings. But what made the trial truly unforgettable were the witnesses. Some of them were former enforcers who once pledged loyalty to Lucas. Others were middlemen and smugglers who had been ensnared by their own deals and were now bargaining for lighter sentences. One after another, they stood in the box and recounted stories of private flights to Southeast Asia, duffel bags packed with heroin sewn into military coffins, and whispered conversations at Harlem bars that decided the fate of entire neighborhoods. The prosecution didn't just target Lucas, they exposed a criminal underworld tethered to law enforcement itself. Several officers from the NYPD's narcotics division were implicated. Dirty cops who took bribes to turn a blind eye. Officers who helped escort shipments. It was a bombshell that rocked the department to its core. The lines between law and crime had blurred beyond recognition, and Lucas was the key that unlocked the rot beneath the badge. On the defense side, Lucas's attorneys tried to strike a chord with the jury. They emphasized the lack of direct evidence in some areas. They pointed to the absence of surveillance during key transactions. They questioned the credibility of the informants, most of whom had criminal records, vendettas, or deals in place with prosecutors. Their argument was that Frank Lucas had been made into a symbol, a lightning rod for America's drug war, and now everyone wanted to crucify him for the sins of an entire system. But the courtroom was not immune to human emotion. During one particularly tense session, a mother took the stand. Her son had overdosed on blue magic, Her voice shook as she clutched a photograph of him just 16 years old, smiling in his school uniform. Her testimony was brief, but it pierced the room like a blade. Even Lucas turned away. The jury sat in silence, notebooks unopened. The emotional weight of the trial had worn on them. Days turned into weeks. The prosecution called over 70 witnesses. The defense tried to counter with character testimonies and procedural challenges, but the tide was impossible to stem. Each new piece of evidence stacked another brick onto the fortress of guilt that surrounded Frank Lucas. Outside the courtroom, Harlem was watching. So were Newark, the Bronx, Brooklyn, and Queens. For some, Lucas had been a Robin Hood figure, man who rose from nothing, who dressed sharply, gave back to his community, and outwitted the Italian Mafia. For others, he was a merchant of death, poisoning his own people for profit, trading in lives for cash. Either way, the mask had fallen. The mystique had vanished, but Richie Roberts, the detective who'd once hunted Lucas with relentless focus, was now seated behind the prosecution table. His role in the investigation had grown over time, transforming him into something of a folk hero, an honest cop in a world where integrity was rare. He didn't gloat, he didn't grandstand, he simply let the facts speak. The verdict came on a cold February morning. The air outside the courthouse bit with the sting of winter wind. Reporters clutched microphones with gloved hands. Court officers stood at attention. Inside, Frank Lucas stood as the jury filed in. No one blinked. Guilty. On multiple counts, Lucas didn't flinch. He didn't cry. He turned, nodded once to his attorney, then sat down slowly as the reality settled in. The kingpin had fallen. The empire had crumbled. The silence in the courtroom was deafening, as if every spectator suddenly realized they had witnessed the end of an era. But the story didn't end with a simple conviction. As the sentence loomed, Lucas made a stunning decision, one that would send shockwaves through both the criminal world and law enforcement. He chose to cooperate. He named names. He pointed fingers. Corrupt cops, fellow traffickers, warehouse managers, financial conduits, the very infrastructure that had allowed him to thrive for so long now lay exposed by his own hand. Some called it betrayal. Others called it survival. But for Frank Lucas, it was strategy. He hoped to reduce his sentence to buy back time he had once wasted on luxury, crime, and silence. His cooperation would lead to the indictment of over 100 individuals, many of them within law enforcement ranks. He shattered the blue wall that had protected them for years. The courtroom once again became a theater of contradictions. A man who had flooded the streets with heroin now wore the badge of an informant. A ruthless kingpin had become a government asset, and the public, ever hungry for a narrative, watched as the myth unraveled before their eyes. Frank Lucas was sentenced to 70 years in prison. But with his cooperation, he would serve a fraction of that. Justice, it seemed, had a complicated rhythm. In the aftermath, debates raged. Was Lucas a necessary evil, a byproduct of economic neglect and institutional failure? Or was he simply a predator in a tailored suit, capitalizing on the pain of others with unflinching resolve? The courts had made their judgment, but the legacy of his trial would ripple far beyond the marble walls of that Manhattan courthouse. The trial of the century wasn't just about one man. It was about a nation confronting its own failures, a justice system straining under the weight of hypocrisy, a city poisoned by greed and addiction, and the uncomfortable truth that sometimes the most dangerous criminals don't wear masks, or even hide. They simply smile, shake hands, and sit in the front row at a boxing match. Frank Lucas, once the invisible monarch of Harlem's underworld, had been dragged into the light. The empire, built on silence, had crumbled under testimony, and the king, dethroned by the very system he once outran, now sat on the other side of the glass, watching his legend become a cautionary tale. Chapter 21. Facing Life Behind Bars. The courtroom was quiet that morning, eerily so. The wooden benches, polished by years of restless defendants and anxious family members, creaked under the weight of expectation. The fluorescent lights buzzed softly above, casting a sterile glow on the tense faces in the gallery. At the center of it all, Frank Lucas sat in a tailored suit, his posture rigid, jaw tight, eyes forward. He wasn't the king of Harlem anymore. Not today. Today he was just another man awaiting his fate. The judge shuffled papers. Prosecutors whispered to one another. Cameras clicked in the background like the ticking of a clock counting down the final seconds of an empire. Lucas had been found guilty on multiple counts: drug trafficking, conspiracy, racketeering, and more. The evidence had been overwhelming. The photographs, the wiretaps, the cash, the heroin, the testimonies of men who once called him boss. Now they sat behind the prosecution's table, nodding solemnly as his kingdom crumbled, and then the gavel dropped. 70 years, the words echoed through the room like a gunshot, sharp, irreversible. Lucas didn't flinch. He didn't drop his head or curse under his breath. He just stared ahead, frozen in the weight of finality. For a man who once moved millions in pure heroin and dressed in chinchilla at boxing ringside seats, 70 years might as well have been a death sentence. As the marshals led him away, his wife Juliana sobbed quietly behind him, her hands clasped tightly together. Family members wept in silence. Some in Harlem cheered, others mourned. The king was gone, and there would be no coronation for his return. Behind bars, time changed. It slowed. The walls closed in. The air grew still. Frank Lucas had entered a world where his money couldn't save him, where his name brought neither reverence nor fear, only curiosity. Inmates watched him closely, some with admiration, others with resentment. Guards gave no special treatment. Here he wasn't Frank Lucas, the legend. He was inmate number 01871053. He spent his days in routine, waking at dawn, breakfast in line, work duty, roll call. The heroin empire, the lavish cars, the mansions, all of it felt like a fever dream. The only thing that remained was his mind, and even that became a dangerous place to wander. Some days he replayed the rise, the days on Lenox Avenue, watching the junkies line up for a bag of blue magic, the way the city whispered his name, the Vietnam pipeline, the unmarked coffins, the brilliance and the brutality of it all. He remembered the fear in men's eyes when he walked into a room, the envy, the respect, and then came the downfall. The bugs in the walls, the knock on the door, the bright white lights of the courtroom. Other days he thought about his mother, about the promise he made to be something, to make money the right way, about how he'd strayed so far from that kitchen table in North Carolina where he'd once shelled peas and dreamed about something more, but most of all he thought about Juliana. About the nights they danced in their Harlem townhouse, about their son, the price they were now paying for the empire he built, the ringside seats, the private jets, the closets full of fit had all come at a cost, and now that bill had come due, he didn't talk much in prison, didn't brag, didn't retell the old stories. He watched, he listened, he waited. In time, the inmates stopped gawking. The legend of Frank Lucas faded, replaced by the hum of prison life, predictable, grey, relentless. Years passed. In the outside world, Harlem changed. The war on drugs intensified. Crack cocaine swept through the neighborhoods like a plague. The Mafia's grip weakened. New faces took over corners Frank once ruled with impunity. The streets forgot his name. New legends were born, but law enforcement didn't forget, and neither did the men still sitting in cells because of his product. Inside, Lucas wrestled with regret, not for the power, not even for the violence, but for the lives destroyed, the addicts, the families, the children born addicted. In his mind, he justified it, said he was better than the Italians, said he kept the violence low, kept Harlem clean, but deep down the justifications wore thin. The numbers didn't lie. He hadn't saved Harlem, he'd poisoned it, and yet he survived. Day after day, month after month. He survived the routine, the silence, the crushing weight of lost power. He learned patience. He learned humility. Whether it was real or a mask, no one knew, but the old king of Harlem was no longer barking orders. He was sweeping floors. Then came the unexpected. On offer.cooperate.testify.name names, help take down the very system he once gamed so masterfully it was unthinkable. A betrayal of everything the street stood for. But the government knew what they had. Frank Lucas knew every player, every route, every stash house. He could map the underworld like the back of his hand. At first he refused. Pride ran deep. But 70 years is a long time, and family still mattered. Juliana still visited. His son still asked when Daddy was coming home. The weight became too much. He broke, and in doing so he turned from kingpin to informant. He helped take down scores of dirty cops, rival dealers, and mid-level traffickers. The drug world buzzed with disbelief. Some cursed his name. Others shrugged. That was the game, right? It while you can, then flip when it's over. His cooperation earned him a reduced sentence. Witness protection was offered, but there was no hiding. Frank Lucas had made himself too big to disappear. The furs, the diamonds, the alley fight, they had all carved his face into the memory of a generation when he finally walked free. It wasn't with fanfare. There were no brass bands, no red carpets, just a quiet exit. An old man stepping into a world that no longer remembered his reign. He moved slowly, his steps unsure. Harlem wasn't his anymore. The buildings had changed. The corners were unfamiliar. He was a ghost in his own kingdom. He tried to live clean, gave interviews, warned the youth, said it wasn't worth it, said the streets didn't love you back. But even in those moments there was a glint in his eye, a trace of pride. He still remembered what it felt like to rule, to command fear, to be untouchable. But the world had changed, and so had he. Frank Lucas would never fully escape his past, not in the eyes of law enforcement, not in the minds of the families broken by his product, not in the streets that still whispered his name like a cautionary tale. He had gone from rags to riches and then to a cell, from Harlem royalty to prison property, and in doing so he became a symbol of ambition, of excess, of consequences. The story of Frank Lucas wasn't just about drugs. It wasn't just about crime. It was about America, its hunger for success, its worship of wealth, and the dark alleys some men walked to get there as the final doors clanged shut behind him that day of sentencing. Frank Lucas didn't weep. He didn't beg. He didn't scream. He simply nodded once and disappeared into the system, and with him went one of the most audacious, ambitious, and devastating criminal empires Harlem had ever known. Chapter 22. Turning Informant. The clanging of steel bars echoed through the narrow corridors of the Metropolitan Correctional Center. The cold, indifferent architecture of confinement had replaced the silk suits, the champagne nights, and the aura of invincibility. Frank Lucas sat alone, facing the walls that now defined his existence. Just months ago, he had been the king of Harlem's heroin empire. Now, he was just another inmate staring down the barrel of a 70-year sentence. But Lucas, ever the strategist, wasn't finished yet. He had watched the trial unfold like a slow-motion car crash. The prosecutors paraded evidence ledgers, bank slips, intercepted calls. Witness after witness testified to his sprawling empire. The drugs smuggled in coffins from Southeast Asia, the lives torn apart by addiction. And when the judge finally delivered the sentence, 7 decades behind bars, Lucas didn't flinch, not publicly at least, but inside something snapped. He knew the life he'd built was crumbling, that the fortress of power he once ruled from was now rubble, and in the silence of his cell he made a decision that would ripple through the underworld like a bomb dot. Frank Lucas would talk. It began subtly, almost imperceptibly. At first, he simply cooperated with his defense team more, readily providing context, clarification, little breadcrumbs. Then the whispers started through prison corridors, through the offices of federal agents, through the ears of prosecutors desperate to root out the rot in the NYPD and the broader drug trade. Lucas had names. He had roots. He had memories, burned into him like tattoos. Who took what bribes, which officers looked the other way, which ones were in deep partners, not just in corruption, but in blood. For decades, Harlem had operated under a veil of collusion. Dirty cops protected dealers. Dealers paid off precincts. Whole fortunes moved in silence because law enforcement in many quarters was part of the game. And now, Frank Lucas, the architect of that empire, was turning on it all. The betrayal wasn't just of his criminal peers, it was of the entire system that had once helped shield his reign. The meetings began behind closed doors, in sterile rooms thick with suspicion. Lucas sat across from federal agents and prosecutors, his posture rigid, his tone precise. He wasn't there to beg. He was there to bargain. He laid down the rules. He talked, but only if his family was protected. His wife Julie and their daughter could start fresh, far away from the fallout. He wanted a reduced sentence, a shot at walking free again, even if just for a few years. And then The floodgates opened. Frank named over 100 individuals dealers, lieutenants, street-level soldiers, but more shockingly, cops. Dozens of officers were implicated. Corruption units scrambled to investigate their own. Some were suspended, others were indicted. A handful quietly resigned, vanishing into the night before they could be cuffed. What Lucas exposed wasn't just a web of crime, was a revelation of how deeply law enforcement had failed Harlem, how protectors had become profiteers. One of the most infamous takedowns involved a narcotics unit operating out of the 30th precinct in Harlem, known internally among cops as the Dirty 30. Lucas provided testimony that painted them as enforcers not of the law, but of turf wars, raiding rival dealers, confiscating heroin, then reselling it on the streets. Lucas' testimony became the basis for federal investigations that would eventually clean out some of the most entrenched corruption in the department's history. Of course, this came at a price. News spread fast. In prison, word that Lucas had turned made him a target. He was labeled a rat, a traitor. The very people who once idolized him, who had seen him as the ultimate street general, now spit his name like venom. Protection units had to be activated. He was moved to undisclosed facilities, isolated for his safety. For all his cooperation, for all the names he gave, Lucas paid with his place in the criminal brotherhood. He was exiled, marked, but Frank Lucas wasn't trying to win back the streets. He was trying to survive and to rewrite the ending of his own story. Richie Roberts, the detective who had once hunted Lucas with relentless focus, was now at his side, oddly enough, as his legal advocate. Their relationship had evolved from adversarial to strange alliance. Roberts, who had built a reputation as one of the few incorruptible men in the force, saw something in Lucas worth preserving. Perhaps not redemption, but at least transformation. He became Lucas' attorney, negotiating with prosecutors, framing his cooperation as not just transactional, but historic. Through their partnership, more cases were built, more drugs were taken off the streets, more dirty players were removed from power. In a grim irony, the very man who had poisoned Harlem's veins was now helping to cleanse it. Not through some moral awakening, but through pure pragmatism. Frank Lucas understood leverage, and in the game of survival, information was the highest currency. Still, for all his cooperation, the ghost of what he had done lingered. Families ruined, addicts dead, neighborhoods ravaged. No amount of testimony could scrub the stains of blue magic from Harlem's soul. And Lucas, to his credit, never pretended otherwise. In interviews, he didn't try to wear the cloak of a martyr. He admitted to what he had done, confessed to the destruction he had wrought. But he also made it clear if he was going down, he wouldn't go alone. His world had collapsed. The empire was gone. The cash that once flowed in rivers was now in evidence lockers or buried beneath foreign banks that no longer returned calls. But Lucas still had one thing left: his story. And he was going to tell it. Every ugly, complex, damning chapter of it. Years later, as the headlines faded and newer criminals took the stage, Frank Lucas remained a symbol not just of ambition and excess, but of the blurred lines between outlaw and institution. He had broken the law, he had corrupted the law. And then, when the walls closed in, he had exposed the law's own rot. By the time the dust settled, over 100 people had been arrested or indicted based on Frank Lucas' cooperation. The narcotics scene in Harlem was forever changed, not eliminated, but fractured. The dirty alliances between cops and criminals had been dragged into the light, and the name Frank Lucas, once whispered with awe, was now debated with confusion. Was he a kingpin, a traitor, a necessary evil? In truth, he was all of it, and none of it. Just a man who had climbed to the top of a mountain built on poison, and then, when the avalanche came, chose to save himself by burning the map in the end. The criminal empire of Frank Lucas didn't collapse in a gunfight or a dramatic shootout. It ended in a courtroom, and then in a quiet room where the king himself laid bare the secrets of his realm. His voice, once used to command a multi-million-dollar drug operation, was now used to dismantle it. He may have traded one set of bars for another, but in that exchange he changed the game forever. Chapter 23. The corruption within the fall of Frank Lucas did more than dismantle a drug empire. It pierced the heart of a corrupted system, exposing a truth far more unsettling than street-level crime: the betrayal within the very institutions sworn to protect the public. In the wake of Lucas's cooperation, a tidal wave of revelations erupted, revelations that would shake the New York Police Department to its foundation. It began quietly: a few sealed documents, a handful of sealed testimonies, but behind closed doors a storm was brewing. When Frank Lucas sat down with federal agents, what he gave them wasn't just names of rival dealers. It was something far more explosive: detailed accounts of backroom deals, cash-stuffed envelopes passed under tables, and lawmen who turned a blind eye in exchange for a slice of the dope king's wealth. Lucas had built his empire on a foundation of fear and finesse, but it had been protected, in part, by the silence of those paid to see nothing. For years, Frank had used his deep pockets to buy loyalty not only on the streets of Harlem, but in the very halls of justice. The NYPD's Special Investigations Unit, known for handling high-level drug cases, had long been suspected of playing both sides. Lucas confirmed those suspicions with chilling precision. He named officers, dozens of them, detectives who had accepted bribes, cops who had skimmed money from heroin busts, men who had used their badges not to uphold the law, but to feed from the same trough of corruption that fueled the drug trade. He gave locations, times, details only an insider could know. Federal agents were stunned. They cross-referenced his claims, followed paper trails, conducted surveillance on those still in uniform. One by one, the puzzle pieces began to align. By the end of the investigation, over 100 NYPD officers were implicated in corruption, tied directly to the heroin empire Frank Lucas once controlled. What had once been whispered about in locker rooms and late-night bars now spilled into the light, becoming front-page headlines. The public was outraged. This wasn't just about a gangster. It was about the people they trusted, officers sworn to protect neighborhoods, now accused of poisoning them instead. The press dubbed it the Blue Betrayal. Reporters swarmed courthouses. Camera flashes lit up fallen detectives as they were marched, handcuffed, past former colleagues. Some were seasoned veterans with decades of service. Others were young cops who had seen easy money and taken the bait. It was a reckoning unlike anything in the department's history. In closed courtrooms, Testimonies unfolded like scenes from a crime film. Officers recounted how cash from drug busts vanished before reaching evidence lockers. Some spoke of luxury. Cars, offshore accounts, and nights at Manhattan's finest clubs funded not by a cop's salary but by blood money. There were tales of tip-offs to protect Lucas's shipments, evidence tampered with, arrests never made. All of it woven into a web that spanned precincts, boroughs, and even internal affairs. Some officers denied the charges. Others took plea deals in exchange for leniency. But the damage was done. The institution that once wore a badge of honor now stood marred by betrayal and scandal. For Lucas, it was both ironic and calculated. By flipping, he didn't just save himself from a lifetime behind bars, he brought down the very people who had once helped keep his kingdom untouched. It was a final twist in a saga filled with contradictions. The gangster who'd corrupted cops was now exposing them. The man who'd flooded Harlem with heroin was now assisting the government in purging corruption from its own ranks. But make no mistake, this was no redemption arc. Lucas's cooperation was rooted in self-preservation, not remorse. He was pragmatic to the end. If the empire was lost, then the knowledge it had given him would be his last currency. Yet the ripple effects of his cooperation went beyond punishment. They sparked deep reform inside the NYPD. Oversight committees were formed, internal affairs was expanded, training protocols were revised, and officers were subjected to new levels of scrutiny. The department's leadership issued public apologies, pledging to restore integrity and trust. But for many in Harlem and beyond, the scars ran deep. Trust, once lost, would take generations to rebuild, and in Washington the revelations didn't go unnoticed. Congressional hearings on police corruption were launched. Frank Lucas's name was uttered not just in criminal dockets, but in discussions of national policing policy. He had become the reluctant axis of a much larger conversation, a symbol of both what had gone wrong and what had to change. In the quiet of his prison cell, Lucas watched it all unfold. The newspapers, the TV specials, the names of men who once stood above him in power, now reduced to mugshots and case numbers. He had leveled an empire, his and theirs, but the cost was high. Lucas's cooperation made him a marked man behind bars. Snitch, rat, too many, his betrayal was unforgivable, regardless of the righteousness of the outcome. He lived with the constant threat of retaliation. He was moved between prisons for safety. Isolated, guarded, his world shrank, and the legacy he once hoped would be fearsome became one of infamy and shame. Still, he never expressed much regret. In interviews years later, when asked about the officers he exposed, he'd shrugged. They played the game, he'd say, and they got caught. That was Frank Lucas. Cold, calculated, clear-eyed, the scandal echoed long after the trials ended. Some officers were reinstated, others disappeared from public life. A few turned states witness themselves, feeding a never-ending chain of revelations that showed just how deep the rot had gone, and for the communities affected by both the drugs and the corruption, the pain lingered. Harlem had endured the dual onslaught of heroin and betrayal. The streets bore the trauma of addiction, broken families, and violence, and now it had to confront the truth that justice had been bought and sold at the highest levels. The story of Frank Lucas was no longer just the tale of a kingpin. It had become a mirror held up to a fractured system. His downfall forced institutions to confront their own darkness, and in doing so, he etched his name into the annals of American history, not just as a criminal, but as a catalyst for change. However bitter the process, as the dust settled from the storm Frank Lucas had stirred, the NYPD faced the arduous task of rebuilding public trust. The corruption scandal wasn't just a blot on the department, was a seismic shift in how law enforcement was perceived, especially by the communities that had borne the brunt of both heroin and heavy-handed policing. In Harlem, skepticism turned to outrage. For years, residents had watched neighbors, friends, and loved ones consumed by the drug trade. Many had suspected that some police officers looked the other way, or worse, played an active role. Now, with Lucas's revelations laid bare, those suspicions were confirmed. The betrayal stung deeper than any one man's criminal empire. It was systemic and for many unforgivable. Activist groups seized the moment. They called for independent oversight, community policing initiatives, and transparency. City officials, feeling the heat of public anger and media scrutiny, promised reform. New policies were introduced to prevent officers from working narcotics for extended periods. Asset forfeiture rules were tightened to ensure drug money wouldn't vanish into thin air, and most notably, the once untouchable Special Investigations Unit was disbanded, replaced by a restructured internal task force with federal oversight. But change was slow, and wounds ran deep. Meanwhile, Frank Lucas continued to cooperate. His testimonies helped federal agents pursue not just local corruption, but broader criminal enterprises across the East Coast. His knowledge of smuggling routes, laundering operations, and international supply chains proved valuable. Some agents came to respect his strategic mind and odd twist for a man who had once been public enemy number one. Still, Lucas was no hero. He had brought heroin into Harlem. He had made his millions off of misery, and no number of corrupt cops exposed could erase the human toll left in his wake. Families shattered, lives lost, entire blocks transformed into ghost towns of addiction. His betrayal of the NYPD didn't absolve Heimet, only added another layer to his complicated legacy. By the early 1980s, Lucas's cooperation earned him a sentence reduction. He was released from prison after serving a fraction of his original 70-year sentence, but the world he returned to had changed. His lavish lifestyle was gone. The mansions, the mink coats, the private jets, all of it vanished. Most of the fortune he'd once amassed had either been seized by the government or squandered in legal battles. He was no longer a kingpin, a man trying to stay alive in the shadows of his own past, and the past wasn't easily outrun. Even after his release, Lucas's name carried weight. Some saw him as a survivor, others as a traitor. He lived under a cloud of threats, always looking over his shoulder. He tried to stay low, but interviews and documentaries occasionally pulled him back into the public eye. His story was too big, too cinematic, too full of contradictions to stay buried. In one infamous interview, when asked whether he regretted cooperating, Lucas simply leaned back and said, "If you're drowning, you'll grab whatever hand reaches in the water." That was Lucas, always pragmatic, always self-serving. He didn't sugarcoat, he didn't apologize. The legacy of the corruption scandal he helped uncover lived on long after he faded from power. Many of the exposed officers served prison time. Some lost pensions, others disappeared into obscurity. The NYPD's image would take years to recover, and for some it never did. Yet, perhaps the most disturbing revelation of all was this: Frank Lucas didn't have to dig too deep to find corruption. It was everywhere. It was woven into the very machinery of justice, hiding in plain sight. His ability to exploit it wasn't a testament to his genius alone, it was an indictment of the system's vulnerability. By the time Lucas reached old age, using a wheelchair and living modestly in New Jersey, the legend of the Heroin King had taken on a mythic tone. Hollywood dramatized his life. Books and articles dissected his rise and fall. But beneath the glitz of movie deals and interviews, the raw truth remained. Frank Lucas had shattered Harlem with Heroin, then shattered the NYPD with the truth. His story is not just one of crime, but of rot, of how greed corrupts not only in the back alleys of the drug world, but behind the shields of those who claim to fight it. The scandal he triggered remains one of the largest in NYPD history, a moment when the badge lost its shine, and the thin blue line cracked. As we look back on Frank Lucas, the man, the myth, the monster, it's easy to get lost in the spectacle. But at its core, his tale is a cautionary one, not just about the dangers of heroin or the reach of organized crime, but about what happens when those entrusted to uphold the law abandon it for profit. In exposing them, Lucas did something no bullet could do. He forced a reckoning, and in doing so, he left behind a scar that law enforcement and history will never forget. Chapter 24: Witness Protection and Prison Life. Asterisk, the fall of a kingpin never ends with the clang of a cell door. For Frank Lucas, prison wasn't just punishment, it was purgatory, a liminal space between two worlds, the criminal empire he'd once ruled and the uncertain future he had bargained for by turning against his own. As the concrete walls closed around him and the buzz of fluorescent lights replaced the roar of the Harlem streets, Lucas found himself in a far more dangerous world than the one he had left behind. Because inside prison, betrayal had a price, and that price was steep. From the moment Lucas entered protective custody, the atmosphere changed. Gone were the loyal couriers, the armed bodyguards, the show of power. In their place were guards who didn't trust him, inmates who hated him, and a system that knew how to punish even those who helped it. Lucas wasn't just a prisoner, he was a marked man. A snitch, the most reviled title behind bars. Federal agents moved him through a series of secure facilities, trying to stay one step ahead of the threats piling up. His cooperation with authorities had led to the arrest and conviction of over 100 NYPD officers and dozens of major drug traffickers. That kind of damage didn't fade quietly. Some of the men he helped put away had long memories and long retrieving from behind bars. In prison, word travels faster than light. It didn't take long for inmates to learn who Lucas was and what he had done. Some respected him for the empire he built, but most despised him for how he dismantled it. Frank Lucas had violated one of the underworld's most sacred codes, silence or matter, and for that he was fair game. Every day inside felt like a calculation. He watched who entered the yard, studied who sat near him at meals, avoided showers unless guards were present. His status gave him no immunity. If anything, it made him more of a target. Men with reputations to earn, debts to settle, or old loyalties to avenge all saw Lucas as an opportunity. A statement. The government, aware of the danger, placed him in solitary confinement more than once, not as punishment, but as protection. He spent long stretches in isolation, surrounded not by inmates, but by silence and the sound of his own thoughts echoing off concrete walls. Time bent in those spaces. Hours felt like days. Nights stretched on endlessly. He kept his mind sharp by reading legal documents, trial transcripts, anything that reminded him of the chessboard he once commanded. But even the most strategic minds can falter when starved of human contact. Lucas would later admit that those years broke something in him, not his will, but his certainty. For the first time in his life, he couldn't calculate an exit strategy. He was in the system now, a cog in the very machine he once outwitted. Even within the witness protection framework, safety was not guaranteed. Transfers were frequent. Identities were shuffled. He was given a new name, false histories, and an endless list of rules to follow. But the ghosts of Harlem, of Bangkok airstrips, of envelopes handed to dirty cops, they followed him, even into the shadows. During one prison stint in the mid-1980s, Lucas narrowly escaped an attempt on his life. An inmate with ties to a crew, Lucas, once outmaneuvered, tried to slip a sharpened toothbrush into his back during a meal line. The shank missed his kidney by inches. The incident led to another transfer, another identity, and another reminder. In this world, nothing is ever truly forgiven. Still, Lucas endured. He adapted, as he always had. He used charm when fists wouldn't do, leveraged favors, played the long game. Even in protective custody, he managed to find small pockets of influence. A well-timed conversation with a guard, a discreet warning passed between cell blocks. He knew how to move pieces, even with chains on his wrists. Yet the power he once held was gone. There were no silk suits, no diamond-studded rings, no custom-tailored coats. Just khaki jumpsuits, stainless steel sinks, and the sharp scent of bleach that never seemed to leave the air. The walls reminded him daily he was no longer the king of Harlem. He was just another number in the system. Years passed. Sentences were negotiated. His cooperation continued to earn him concessions, but even freedom, when it came, was incomplete. In the late 1980s, Lucas was released. A far cry from the man who had once flown kilos of heroin in military coffins. He emerged into a world that barely recognized him. Harlem had changed. The streets he once ruled were filled with new players, new drugs, and new violence. Crack had replaced heroin. Gangs had replaced syndicates. Lucas's era was over. He tried to lay low, to build a quiet life under the radar, but old habits die hard. In 1984, he was caught again, this time for attempting to exchange heroin for cash with an undercover agent. It was a desperate, foolish move. He was sentenced to 7 more years, Whatever redemption he hoped for slipped further away. Back in prison, he was older, slower, and more vulnerable. The same name that once commanded respect now invited contempt. Younger inmates saw him as a relic, a cautionary tale. Few knew the full extent of what he'd done or what he'd survived. But Lucas carried it with him. Every day, it wasn't until the 1990s that he was finally released for good. This time for real. The system had used him, bled him for information, and then discarded him. There was no parade, no welcome home, just a man aging alone, trying to figure out what came next. His children were grown, his fortune gone, the lavish life reduced to memories and myths. Yet somehow Frank Lucas endured. He lived in New Jersey under government protection, away from the flashbulbs and front pages. But his story, like a ghost, refused to fade. Journalists came calling. Filmmakers circled. He gave interviews, calm, direct, unrepentant. He spoke of power, of pain, of betrayal, of what it meant to build an empire and then dismantle it, brick by brick. There were no apologies, not really. Lucas spoke of regret, yes, but it was measured, controlled. He never asked for forgiveness. He never claimed innocence. He simply told his story as if daring the world to look away. His time in prison, in witness protection, and under constant threat, gave him a strange sort of clarity. He knew who he was, knew what he had done, and in a world where legends are often painted in black or white, Frank Lucas remained defiantly grey. He had poisoned a generation, then exposed a system. He had built a fortune, then dismantled a department. He had worn both crown and shackles and survived them both. Not without scars, not without enemies, but alive. In the end. Lucas's story inside the prison walls was not about redemption or justice. It was about survival, about navigating a world where loyalty is currency and betrayal is a death sentence, where every move could be your last, and where even a king, stripped of his throne, must learn to survive as a pawn. The heroine, King of Harlem, had become a ghost in the machine, watching, waiting, enduring. Chapter 25. Release and Return. When Frank Lucas walked out of prison in the early 1990s, the world he once ruled with quiet terror and velvet charm had changed beyond recognition. Harlem no longer moved to the rhythm of his empire. The streets he once paved with gold were now filled with ghosts, remnants of a drug war he helped ignite and couldn't control. The city had shifted beneath his feet, and what remained was a man both feared and forgotten. He stepped through the gates as a free man, but there was no cheering crowd, no awaiting entourage, no celebration. Only a sharp winter wind brushing against his weathered face. Years behind bars had hollowed him in places no one could see. He was thinner, slower, his once razor-sharp gaze dulled by time. But inside, the fire still burned, flickering, defiant. The heroin king of Harlem had returned, but his kingdom was gone. His release was not a secret. Law enforcement, former associates, and journalists all took note. There was tension in the air, the kind that follows a man who broke every rule, betrayed every code, and still managed to survive. Some wanted to interview him, others wanted to avoid him. A few, surely, wanted him dead. Frank tried to stay low. He reconnected with family members, those who had stood by him, those who hadn't, and tried to rebuild something like a normal life. But normalcy was an illusion he could never truly grasp. His past shadowed every step. He couldn't walk into a diner in Harlem without someone recognizing his face, or worse, remembering the pain his product caused. Addiction had decimated families. Lives were destroyed, and Frank knew that. But he also knew that remorse alone wouldn't change history. He tried to speak about it, gave interviews, appeared on talk shows, even offered his story as a cautionary tale. Some saw redemption, others saw a showman still seeking the spotlight. He talked about smuggling heroin in military coffins, about buying dope straight from the jungles of Southeast Asia. He told it with a calm, measured tone, the kind of delivery that made you forget the horror behind the words. He wasn't just reliving it, he was rebranding it. Frank attempted to rebuild his finances through legitimate means. He flirted with Hollywood, working as a consultant for the film American Gangster, loosely based on his life. Denzel Washington played him on screen. The movie was a hit. The legend grew, but the reality behind the camera was far more complicated. Lucas lived modestly. The tens of millions he once buried in backyards and hid under floorboards had long disappeared, lost to seizures, betrayals, and bad decisions. What remained was a man living in a small house in New Jersey, using a wheelchair due to a car accident, and supported in part by his wife and son. Prison had changed him, but not in ways the system intended. He wasn't rehabilitated, he was merely aged. Decades behind bars, part of it in protective custody, had hardened him. Frank was no longer the man who strutted into the Ali fight wearing a $100,000 chinchilla coat. That man died behind concrete walls. What emerged was older, more calculated, but no less prideful. He stayed away from the drug trade, at least publicly. He knew too well what another arrest would mean, but temptation never left. There were whispers in the streets that he still moved in certain circles, still gave advice, still had pull. Whether true or not, the rumors kept his name alive. Fear doesn't retire easily. Frank's relationship with law enforcement remained complex. He had helped bring down over 100 corrupt cops and drug dealers. Some saw him as a traitor to the streets. Others, especially within the justice system, viewed him as a necessary evil, a devil who turned against his own when it suited him. But Lucas never apologized for cooperating. In his mind, it wasn't betrayal, it was survival. As the years passed, Lucas leaned more into myth than man. He crafted his story with precision, feeding the public pieces of truth wrapped in flair. He spoke about his childhood in North Carolina, his rise under Bumpy Johnson, the millions he made, the empire he built. But he rarely spoke about the addicts dying in stairwells, the families destroyed by his product, or the irreversible damage left in his wake. Perhaps he couldn't, or perhaps he chose not to. Time is cruel to men like Frank Lucas. It takes the legend and chips away at it, leaving only contradictions. He was both villain and visionary, destroyer and survivor. He didn't just sell drugs, he sold power, image, control, and for a brief moment he was more powerful than Harlem's politicians, more respected than its pastors, more feared than any rival. But in the end, the empire fell, and what remained was a man in exile, not from a land, but from relevance. In his later years, Frank grew more reflective. He spoke openly about mistakes. He smiled more, even laughed. But his eyes still told a different story. Behind the charm, there was calculation. Behind the smile, regret. And behind every anecdote, 1,000 unspoken truths. He watched the world change, the rise of new street kings, the shift from heroin to crack, the arrival of RICO indictments that tore through the Mafia and black crime syndicates alike. The new players didn't have the discipline, the strategy, the style. Frank saw it all and shook his head. In his mind, they were amateurs, loud, reckless, disposable. He saw Harlem, too, gentrified, transformed, scrubbed of its past. The Apollo Theater still stood. So did a few jazz clubs. But the soul of the place, the rhythm he once moved with, was different. It belonged to a new generation now, one that didn't know his name or didn't care to remember it. Frank's health declined slowly. Diabetes, wheelchair confinement, surgeries, all reminders that the clock was ticking. But he clung to his story, guarding it fiercely, telling it on his own terms, not as a warning, not as redemption, but as a legacy. He appeared in documentaries, sat for interviews, shared meals with celebrities and reporters. To the end, he remained the architect of his myth, carefully building it, protecting it, polishing the edges. He knew the public loved a gangster story, especially one with fur coats and million-dollar busts. He gave them what they wanted, but behind closed doors there was silence. Long stretches of it, memories he couldn't shake, names he couldn't forget. He had buried brothers, friends, enemies. His mentor, Bumpy Johnson, gone. His rivals, dead or imprisoned. The world that once embraced him had faded, leaving only echoes in the final chapters of his life. Frank Lucas was a relic, a man out of time. He had seen the American dream through a criminal lens, rising from poverty to power only to lose it all, but he lived long enough to see his name etched into history, not as a footnote, but as a headline. On May 30th, 2019, Frank Lucas died at the age of 88 in New Jersey. His death was quiet. No gunshots, no police raids, no headlines screaming murder or betrayal. Just an old man fading from a world he once dominated. But his story, brutal, complex, and unforgettable, still lives on in Harlem, in the annals of crime history, in the faded photographs and film reels, in the whispered legends past. Down from one hustler to the next, the name Frank Lucas endures, not as a hero, not even as a villain, but as a king who built an empire of heroin and paid the price for every brick. Chapter 26, American Gangster, Truth versus Myth. By 2007, Frank Lucas had already faded into the long shadows of New York's criminal past. He was a relic from a blood-soaked era, remembered in whispers and footnotes. But then came a that reignited his story in ways even he couldn't have imagined. Ridley Scott's film American Gangster, starring Denzel Washington as Frank Lucas and Russell Crowe as Richie Roberts, catapulted the Harlem heroin kingpin back into the center of public attention. The film was stylish, gripping, and deeply cinematic, But as the lights dimmed in theaters across America and audiences emerged awestruck, a more complicated question lingered. How much of it was true? Frank Lucas, by then in his late 70s, was suddenly famous again. He was flown to premieres, interviewed by magazines, and held up as the embodiment of a self-made gangster genius. His tailored suits, southern drawl, and now iconic fur coat became symbols of a mythologized criminal empire. The film painted him as a disciplined businessman with a code one who refused to sell heroin to children, kept violence to a minimum, and who ran a cleaner, more efficient drug operation than the mob itself. But reality, as always, was messier on in American Gangster. Lucas is portrayed as a solitary mastermind, sidestepping the Italian Mafia, orchestrating his empire from the shadows with unmatched precision. He's seen smuggling heroin in the coffins of American soldiers returning from Vietnam, shocking revelation that served as the film's emotional and moral linchpin. But according to former D agents, and even some of Frank's own associates, many of those details were dramatized or outright fabricated. The so-called cadaver connection had never been proven, and some investigators insisted it never happened at all. Lucas, for his part, seemed content to let the legend flourish. He played the game, often repeating the story to journalists with the kind of charisma that made it hard not to believe him. He'd raise an eyebrow, flash a knowing smile, and say, "Well, I can't talk about that." It was performance layered upon performance, blending truth, lie, and everything in between. The real Richie Roberts, portrayed by Crowe as a crusading, incorruptible Dar, admitted the film took liberties. They got the big picture right. He said, but the details, Hollywood. In truth, Roberts hadn't spent years tracking Lucas. Their interactions were brief and mostly post-arrest. There was no prolonged cat-and-mouse game. There was no deep mutual respect forged across courtroom battles. The film condensed timelines, invented scenes, and rounded out rougher edges. But that's what Hollywood does. It sculpts narrative from chaos. Still, the film tapped into something undeniable. American Gangster resonated, not because it was historically precise, but because it echoed timeless American themes: ambition, corruption, power, and downfall. It placed Lucas in the lineage of cinematic outlaws alongside Michael Corleone, Tony Montana, and Nino Brown. For a generation that hadn't lived through the heroin scourge of the 70s, the film became their introduction to Lucas. And for those who had, it was a revisionist fable, blurring memory with fiction. What bothered many law enforcement officials and community leaders was the moral ambiguity the film embraced. Lucas, responsible for a wave of heroin that destroyed thousands of lives, was portrayed almost sympathetically. The devastation in Harlem, the broken families, the overdoses, the children raised amid addiction was barely shown. Instead, the focus remained on Lucas's ingenuity, his discipline, his rise to wealth and notoriety. The human cost was muted, made to feel peripheral in a story that should have centered it. Former NYPD officers who had worked Harlem during Lucas's reign felt the glamorization was dangerous. He wasn't Robin Hood, one retired detective remarked. He wasn't a hero. He was a predator who sold poison. Even some former addicts who'd survived the era expressed frustration that Hollywood had offered Lucas a sort of cultural redemption without requiring him to face the full weight of his legacy. And yet, The film also opened doors for dialogue about the failures of the justice system, the corruption within the NYPD, and the broader social decay that allowed men like Lucas to flourish. It reminded viewers that Harlem's collapse didn't happen in a vacuum. Institutional racism, poverty, and neglect created the perfect environment for heroin to take root. Lucas simply exploited the chaos. Frank Lucas himself seemed to enjoy the spotlight once more. He attended interviews, posed with fans, and even joked about his portrayal. "Denzel made me look good," he said in one interview, laughing. Too good, but behind the charm there was a sense that Lucas knew the truth couldn't be contained by a 2-hour movie. His real story, its depth, its violence, its contradictions, was something only he could carry, and even he hadn't always been honest about it. As the film's popularity grew, it sparked renewed scrutiny. Journalists began revisiting old court documents, wiretap transcripts, and surveillance files. They discovered inconsistencies in Lucas's own retellings. Names changed, timelines blurred, events rearranged. His autobiography contradicted interviews. His statements in documentaries didn't match his court testimony. What emerged was a portrait not of a criminal mastermind, but of a man who had, over the decades, constructed a legend to fit the myth he'd become. That myth was powerful. It inspired rap lyrics, fashion styles, and countless interviews across hip-hop culture. Lucas became an emblem of a hustler who beat the system, who outsmarted the Italians, and who did it all without a blueprint. But this image, too, was incomplete. Lucas had always operated with violence. He had always leaned on fear, bribery, and corruption. And while he may have streamlined his business more than most, he was still just one player in a larger, brutal game. In the years after the film's release, Lucas's health began to decline. He moved more slowly, spoke with less fire, but the phone still rang. Young men still came to sit with him, eager to hear stories. He became a kind of griot, telling tales of Harlem's past as if it were folklore, half truth, half performance. He reveled in the attention, but every so often a shadow would fall over his face and the charm would fade. In those moments, the weight of what he'd done, what he'd helped destroy, seemed to surface. If only briefly, Ridley Scott's American Gangster had given Lucas a second life. It immortalized him, but it also obscured the reality. It reduced an era to a cinematic arc. It was compelling, yes, but it wasn't history. The real story of Frank Lucas was darker, messier, and far more tragic than any Hollywood film could portray. And so, in the twilight of his life, Lucas straddled two worlds, the real and the imagined. One built on the backs of addicts, ruined homes, and corrupted cops. The other projected on silver screens, scored with swelling strings and fading to black as Denzel walks off into the distance. Frank Lucas, the man, had long since disappeared into the myth, and like all myths, what remained was not truth, but belief. A belief that one man could rise from nothing. A belief that the American dream could be stolen, smuggled, and sold. A belief that even the darkest past could be softened by the glow of the spotlight. But beneath the glamour, behind the camera, the real Harlem still bore the scars. Chapter 27. Legacy of Blue Magic. By the time the last shipment of blue magic dried up, and the empire Frank Lucas built crumbled under the weight of federal indictments, Harlem was already scarred. The streets bore silent testimony to a decade of devastation. Blocks once pulsing with neighborhood chatter and community warmth had been hollowed out by addiction, fear, and the corrosive spread of heroin. Though Lucas was locked away, the poison he introduced remained, threading its way through the lives of those left behind, a ghost that would haunt Harlem for years. Frank Lucas didn't just flood the streets with heroin. He altered the very rhythm of life in Black America's cultural capital. His product was cheaper, purer, and more deadly than anything that had come before. While heroin wasn't new to Harlem in the late 1960s, Blue Magic was different. It was marketed like a brand, sold like a necessity, and consumed like salvation. Addicts chasing the high found themselves in the grip of a product too strong to manage, too available to ignore. Lucas had turned dope into a designer commodity. The problem was that its cost wasn't counted in dollars alone. It was counted in overdoses, broken homes, lost futures, and shattered communities by the mid-1970s. Heroin addiction had seeped into every crack of Harlem's identity. Thousands were hooked. Fathers who abandoned their families, mothers who vanished into alleys, children raised in silence while their caretakers nodded off in corners. Schoolyards became battlegrounds. The line between user and dealer blurred. For many, Blue Magic wasn't just a drug. It was a way of life, a trap, and an inheritance passed down through bloodlines. Hospitals became overwhelmed with overdose cases. Emergency rooms in Harlem reported heroin as the leading cause of death among young black men. Babies were born addicted. Social workers were stretched thin. Churches, once the moral backbone of the community, turned into makeshift triage centers, handing out hope in small doses as the city failed to respond. Harlem had become the front line of an undeclared war, and at the center of that storm was the legacy of Frank Lucas. What made it worse, what deepened the wound, was the betrayal. Lucas had worn the skin of a savior. He dressed in custom suits, sat front row at Muhammad Ali fights, and handed out turkeys on Thanksgiving. To some, he was a folk hero, a man who had outsmarted the Mafia, made millions, and dared to do business like a boss. But behind the tailored silk and designer sunglasses was a merchant of death. He hadn't lifted his people up. He'd sold them out, one needle at a time. And yet, the narrative wasn't so simple. Harlem had been ignored for decades by the political elite. Jobs were scarce. Schools were underfunded. The promise of the American dream was little more than a cruel joke. Into that vacuum stepped men like Lucas, products of their environment, survivors of poverty, brutality, and systemic neglect. Frank didn't invent the game. He played it better than anyone before him. But in doing so, he rewrote the rules, and the casualties multiplied. Blue Magic's impact wasn't confined to Harlem. The heroin moved fast. Newark, Philadelphia, Chicago, Detroit, entire cities felt its sting. Crime surged. Robberies, assaults, and homicides spiked. Prisons filled with the broken remnants of Lucas's empire. Dealers, mules, and users swept up in federal sweeps. Generational trauma followed. Children of addicts grew up in foster care. Families were decimated. The cost of Blue Magic extended. Beyond the streets, it embedded itself into the DNA of a generation. Even decades later, the echoes remained. In the 1990s, as crack cocaine replaced heroin as the drug of choice, many of the same neighborhoods still hadn't recovered. Vacant buildings stood like tombstones. Community programs were underfunded or shuttered. The systemic rot that heroin accelerated continued to spread. Frank Lucas may have vanished from Harlem streets, but his ghost lingered in every broken window, every empty classroom, every funeral procession for a life cut short by addiction. For law enforcement, the Lucas saga became a cautionary tale. It exposed not only the power of one man's empire, but the institutional failures that allowed it to flourish. Corrupt cops had protected Lucas. Politicians had ignored the warnings. It wasn't just Frank who had blood on his hands. It was a system that had turned a blind eye for too long. Blue magic didn't appear out of thin air. It was cultivated in a garden of poverty, inequality, and silence. And yet, the story of Frank Lucas wasn't wholly condemned in the public imagination. Some continued to romanticize him, the Harlem kingpin who outplayed the Mafia, who lived fast and luxurious, who defied the rules. Films, interviews, and books painted him in shades of gray. But for those who lived through the era, who buried loved ones or watched their children fade into addiction, the truth was far less glamorous. The true legacy of blue magic was written, not in headlines or Hollywood scripts, but in the small tragedies that never made the news. The grandmother raising 6 grandchildren after her daughter OD'd, the teenager who sold his body for one more hit, the teacher who found a student slumped in the bathroom stall. These were the stories Frank Lucas left behind. Years later, community activists would emerge, trying to repair what was broken. Needle exchange programs, youth outreach centers, drug education campaigns, all efforts to reclaim what had been lost, but healing would take generations. And even then, some wounds never fully closed. Frank Lucas served his time. He turned informant, he vanished into witness protection, and eventually re-entered society as a shadow of his former self. But the damage had already been done. The empire he built, with all its money, power, and ruthlessness, collapsed. But the scars remained on Harlem. There are still elders who speak his name with anger, sometimes with sorrow. They remember the before and after. They remember when blue magic hit. They remember what it stole. Some speak of Frank as a genius gone wrong. Others call him a devil in a suit. Few call him a hero. The mythology of Frank Lucas has been passed down through rap lyrics, documentaries, and dinner table debates. But the reality is not easily sanitized. It's ugly. It's painful. It's real. His legacy is complex. A man who rose from the dirt and then dragged his community into the grave with him. And while the name Blue Magic has faded, replaced by new drugs and new dealers, its impact is timeless. It serves as a reminder of how quickly a neighborhood can fall, how deeply pain can root itself, and how long a ghost can haunt a street. Frank Lucas wanted to be remembered as a legend, and in many ways he is. But for Harlem, the name means something else entirely. It means loss, it means betrayal, it means that sometimes the greatest threat comes not from outside, but from within. Chapter 28. The death of Frank Lucas. The final curtain began to lower, not with a bang, but with a slow fade into obscurity. After years of dominating Harlem's underworld, After testifying in courtrooms that shattered the corrupt foundations of narcotic squads and criminal networks alike, Frank Lucas re-emerged in the public eye as a ghost of his former self. No longer the sharply dressed kingpin seated on a velvet throne built from bricks of heroin, he now walked with the aid of a wheelchair, his body frail, voice softer, memory a collage of regret and justification. His final years were spent in relative quiet, interspersed with occasional flashes of media attention that reignited both fascination and controversy. The 2007 film American Gangster had thrust him back into the spotlight, giving younger generations a dramatized glimpse into the world he once ruled. But beneath the Hollywood gloss and myth-making was an aging man grappling with the legacy he had left behind. Lucas made several public appearances in the years following the film's release into news, panels, podcasts. He often carried the same charisma that once swayed juries and charmed drug lords, but the bravado now carried an edge of melancholy. He spoke about family, about the choices he made and the destruction that followed. Sometimes he seemed proud. Other times he seemed deeply haunted. The contradiction was never far from the surface. He moved slowly now, his voice tinged with gravel and his thoughts often drifting mid-sentence. Still, people listened. He had become an icon, a symbol depending on whom you asked, either of ambition and survival or of devastation and betrayal. Lucas rarely denied his past, but he often bent it. In interviews, he claimed he never dealt drugs to children, that he avoided violence unless necessary, that he was, in his words, just a businessman. Yet to those who lived in the neighborhoods, devastated by heroin, those who buried sons and daughters from overdoses, Frank Lucas was no misunderstood entrepreneur. He was the architect of a plague. He spent time recounting old memories with reporters who wanted to know the man behind the myth. He spoke about Bumpy Johnson with a reverence reserved for mentors. He discussed smuggling heroin in military coffins, later denying it when the outrage boiled over. He blamed the system. He blamed society. And sometimes briefly he blamed himself, but rarely for long. His public persona had become a performance, one where Lucas tried to control the narrative, shaping how he would be remembered. He leaned on his cooperation with law enforcement, reminding people of the corrupt officers he helped take down. He spoke of redemption, of second chances, of leaving crime behind. But even then, his image remained complicated. A Robin Hood to some, a Judas to others. In private, he was quieter. Friends said he laughed more in his later years, especially around family. He enjoyed home-cooked meals. He told the same stories over and over about Bumpy, about Thailand, about the day he wore a $100,000 chinchilla coat to the Ali Frazier fight and caught the FBI's eye. For Frank, memory was a kind of currency, one he spent carefully, sometimes lavishly, often selectively, yet the empire he had once ruled had long since crumbled. The Harlem he knew had changed. The street corners that once made him millions were now lined with vape shops, gentrified cafes, and luxury apartments. The young men who ran hustles now ran tech startups or music labels, and the heroin that had fueled his rise was no longer the drug of choice. A new epidemic, fentanyl, was taking its place. The world had moved on. On May 30th, 2019, Frank Lucas died in a New Jersey hospital at the age of 88. The cause was natural pneumonia. There was no police raid, no final betrayal, no blaze of violence. Just a quiet end for a man who once ruled Harlem with an iron grip. News of his death spread quickly. Headlines flashed across televisions and phones. Frank Lucas, infamous heroin kingpin, dies at 88. For a few days, the debate reignited. Was he a villain or a visionary? A criminal or a legend? Obituaries painted him in shades of grey. Some celebrated his cunning, others condemned his cruelty. Few denied his impact. The story of Frank Lucas had become inseparable from the story of Harlem, of American drug policy, of systemic corruption, of race and opportunity and destruction. He was part of a lineage one that included Al Capone, Pablo Escobar, El Chapo, men who bent the world to their will, but left behind a trail of blood and ashes. There was no grand funeral with legions of mourners lining the streets, no Mafia procession. He was buried quietly, surrounded by family, and yet, in death, as in life, he remained an enigma. To his children, he was dad. To Harlem, he was both destroyer and provider. To pop culture, he was Denzel Washington in a tailored suit. To history, he was a case study in ambition unchained. Frank Lucas never truly apologized in the way his victims might have hoped. He acknowledged pain, but often shifted the blame. He talked about building wealth for black Americans when the system denied it. He insisted that if he hadn't done it, someone else would have. But in the neighborhoods still scarred by addiction, such explanations rang hollow. The funerals, the broken homes, the cycles of violence, they were not hypothetical consequences. They were lived realities. The legacy he left behind was complicated, tangled in a web of myth and fact. Blue Magic, his signature product, was more than just a brand. It became a symbol of purity, of power, and ultimately of poison. It made him rich, but it hollowed out communities. It brought him fame, but it cost countless lives. Today, the name Frank Lucas still stirs reactions. Documentaries continue to dissect his empire. Professors use him as a teaching tool. Rappers name-drop him in verses, while older residents of Harlem still tell cautionary tales about his rise and fall. He remains a permanent fixture in America's long, uneasy relationship with crime, capitalism, and race. His life story is a mirror held up to the darker sides of the American dream. A tale of how brilliance can curdle into exploitation, of how power corrupts absolutely, of how one man's success can mean another's suffering. Frank Lucas didn't die in prison, nor did he die violently. He died as a free man, a notorious man, a complicated man, and maybe that's what makes his story so enduring. In the end, the question isn't whether Frank Lucas was a good man or a bad one. It's whether America ever truly understood the kind of man it helped create. He was born into poverty, forged in racism, educated by crime, and crowned by a system that rewarded brutality. He didn't write the rules, but he played them too. Perfection. And so the story ends. A soft exhale, a dimming light. The heroin king of Harlem is gone, but the echo of his footsteps still lingers in the alleyways of Lenox Avenue, in the whispers of families who remember, in the cautionary tales passed down from one generation to the next. Frank Lucas lived many lives: dealer, informant, icon, and myth. In death, he became something else entirely. a warning